I remember those days.
Right,
Well,
you're
yeah.
like, every part of my brain hurts. Yeah, just trying to be two things at once, you know,
Yeah.
emergency response and then thoughtful and let's be strategic and think about the world and go,
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a Torben, that's how it works. Aaron, do you know how to operate a squatter machine?
So for you, you're heading out this afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you get lots. You going to Sun Valley or you?
No, and not until July.
Oh.
Yeah.
Summer.
I'm amazing.
Wow.
I
You're getting some miles.
generally home about 3 to 5 days a month.
Really?
I'm sleeping all over.
Oh.
Well. Yeah,
You can say that.
yeah,
Yeah, luckily I have a partner who can fly with me, so.
good. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, but it's wild.
Hanging out with you, like everything shifted.
I figured I would shift to the end so that I wasn't totally avoiding Dave and then I heard straight shot on the street.
There you go.
Good to see you again. That's like, you know, doing 8 hours and the first one where you were like talking about the evolution of thinking and you said. Remember with me right now on the board as well as on the.
Well, I wanted to even.
He's my investment committee vice chair.
You're like,
And
and he was chair last year and I was vice chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I was recruited to join,
Work when I get back home and then less.
Sorry.
Yeah.
See you so very much.
Yeah. I should look up there, it's less rain on my office.
You like what's
I like saying.
Not yet, right?
Not yet. Well, I wasn't sure if I'm on the way. That was awesome to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, she's great. I agree. Yeah, it's one of these more.
Physics, but it's time to think about. Totally.
No.
I never saw something.
I'm not sorry. The channel.
So that I put in this backyard.
And that last. We're hanging on by. Totally, that's what he's right. By the way, are you?
Just like you can.
We're not, my dad's out of town. He's on a bike. Oh. Yeah. He rekindled this relationship with an old college.
Early studies house.
He lives in Latvia, so they met in Latvia. So he's really good.
Don't have
You guys got. Yeah. Yes.
all of these things in school.
Fall, partnerships. Education related stuff. So yes, we are gonna be there. Great, I think it's gotta do that. She was so open-minded to it. She's been spending time with Paige. I think she really likes, yeah, and.
I was thinking to be also any
She's
So,
she's
they're working great.
Yeah.
It's like, great.
Actually ran the center for years. Yeah.
Super your mother.
Take them up, take them up. I give you a free rate, just take them up.
I like how you was.
Right, if Jen comes down, I'll tell her that she is recording.
You get, yeah, I didn't last week, you had to say nothing.
Good morning, everybody. Or be like the teacher voice. I just, in the interest of time, it is 8:40, so I want to introduce Dr. Stephanie Gripney. I know many of you have met her already, but I think it would be great if, Steph, if you don't mind, we go around, do quick introductions, and then I will officially turn it over to you. You want, oh, you just off the
Character. I'm new on the board this year, started with the investment only a couple of years ago. And early learning stages of what it means to do. Julia O'Halloran, I am current board chair for the Community Foundation. Very early stages. But watched your seminar 2 weeks ago, this wasn't. And really excited.
I'm Erin Sims, CFO of the Community Foundation. Steph and I have talked a bunch and put together a lot of materials for today. I'm super excited for.
Lori Andrews, president of Community Foundation. Steph and I have known each other for years. We go back to our TNC days, the Energy Conservancy days. Been following the great impact that Steph and her team has had, and I'm just thrilled to be making these first.
Karen Coleman, former executive vice president, CFO for 17 years before I.
It's really to speak.
Met Steph probably like a decade ago when relatively early, but on the street working on this gym for a while. Yeah, some of the very early seeds of even throwing the idea of impact investing and broadening our toolkit at Community Foundation to board that at the time was very foreign and conceptually like, yeah, that sounds interesting. Next. Slowly over time, that interest and desire to move forward in the space is built. So excited to see the evolution. I am also a board member and investment committee chair of the Knight Foundation, which is very active in this space. So have some perspective from what they're doing, but I also know that what one foundation does in this space is what one foundation does in this space, and it looks different for how each and every organization moves.
James Durbin, newer to this all. We're learning more about it than I've been working with the group for the last months or so.
Ian McLeod, sort of the same as James, new to impact investing, though I have an investment background, both on the private equity and a little bit on the venture side, and just super excited to be involved.
Awesome. And this is an awkward place for me to stand, sit and be with you. So if you see me like trying to figure that out, you have the day I will. And then,
Will Schwartz.
no pun intended.
Yeah, totally. I'm the COO of the Community Foundation, been part of early conversations with Erin and Lori on this, and really thinking about some of the sausage making of how this comes to life for the Community Foundation, and really excited for this kickoff conversation with you today.
Fantastic. I'm going to give an assignment for you right now for your next meeting. And this is a little impromptu. And I want you to think of your origin story of local investing. Your origin story, like how that means. So, and it occurred, I hadn't even thought of this assignment till I was sitting in the grass last night in Jackson. And what I appreciate about where I grew up in the Wood River Valley and Sun Valley, Haley, and the Roaring Fork Valley and the Teton Valley is there are places in town, if you turn me around and put a blindfold on me and tell me, say, which valley are you in? I will be like, I might get the valley wrong. And I love all three valleys a lot. A lot. And And it was so interesting to me last night, and because how many of you travel a lot? Any of you travel a lot? You know when you forget something? You're like, oops, I forgot something. My forget something on this trip was my laptop. And I was sitting in front of my plane, like, and I travel for a living. I'm home 5 days a month. And it was one of those trips where I got to go and clean out everything in my bag and get make sure everything was in the right place. And I forget my laptop. And it's like, I get to the gate probably 10 minutes before I'm boarding. And, if I'm in a city, my thought is, well, I'm gonna go buy a laptop or I'm gonna go rent a laptop. And then I realized I know 50 people in Jackson and Teton Valley. On my third phone call, I had a laptop within an hour at my hotel, and it was Max, who leads the Land Trust. And Max's dad and I worked together in a private equity fund back in 2008. And Max was the one who met with Kathleen and me a decade ago when we were there. And Max and I hadn't even caught up. We hadn't talked for 6 years. That's the great part about a small town. And, and that's about trust, right? Like, we have our time, our talent, and our treasure. And Max gave me his treasure, a brand new Mac laptop for his wife. He hasn't even used it yet. I'm a PC person, and so, but I literally within an hour, I had a asset sitting here because it's a small town, and I'm of the region in this small town, and so I was like, oh, I'm just going to call my friends. And I started thinking about it. I probably could have called 50 people, and I probably had a backup set of people from Lander, Missoula, Wood River Valley, and Logan that could have called another 50 people. And it started making me wonder, and I started thinking about what my origin story was in impact investing. And in reality, where I grew up, it was over the spring summer Chinook salmon were endangered. So it was over the river guides against the fisheries biologists. And then for the old timers here, do you remember when Renee Askins was reintroducing wolves into Yellowstone? Anyone? And it was the rangers and the wolves. It was always around the wildlife. And so I became a wildlife biologist. But in fact, it wasn't about the wildlife. It was about, I had this deep knowledge that there were resources in my community, and my community was at odds with each other. And I loved both sides. And then when I was 16 years old, remember pre-internet, we had bookstores. And I went to the Barnes and Noble in Boise, Idaho. And I found this by myself. I'm trying to think who told me to go do this. Do you remember the Motley Fool books of direct investing? Yeah. As a 16-year-old, I went and found that book. And I taught myself direct investing. And Enron was one of the first stocks I bought because it was renewable energy stuff. And it's so interesting because I'm 98% divested out of Wall Street now, and people get a little like, what? And I'll co-sign for my teammates' apartments or houses or things like that. And they're like, you're doing what? And I'm like, I co-sign even after they leave my organization. And they're like, what if you lose your money? And I'm like, I've lost money on Enron. I had a dirty diesel vehicle, a Volkswagen vehicle, Audi, and I've lost money on a couple of big banks. I'm like, if you're asking me if I'd rather lose banks to my teammates or my community who I deeply love, or to those entities, simple for me. It's a simple thing. And so as I was sitting in the grass last night, I was like, what a great assignment to give you all is think about your origin story of investing and your origin story of investing locally. And I say that because there's not an easy button for us to make our assets, our treasure assets, available to our community. And that's really what we're talking about. We all have balance sheets. And what if we can make our balance sheets available to the rest of each other? Because in the same way that Max gave me an asset last night, which is just beautiful. At first I was embarrassed about that. And then I'm like, that's a really beautiful thing. So that's your assignment when you all come back together. The first module we're going to go on today is more about shifting your mindset. It's some fourth grade math. There are no trick questions. We're going to answer it together in pairs and out together. If you know the answers or heard me present before, Erin, I'm not looking at you in the room. You are not allowed to answer first. Keep it to yourself. Why do we say that? It's because adults like to be entertained, but adult learning is about the struggle. And so how do we make the struggle entertaining? So it's really important that we help all of you go on the same struggle together, meaning that you help find your way to come to the answer. There's a question about you have to average two small numbers. And I have learned that there's about 10 different ways to average numbers by asking this question. I did not know there were 10 different ways to average numbers, but there are lots of different ways that people get to the answer. They're all right. And the most important way is to allow somebody to get to the answer themselves versus spoon feeding them the answer. And this first one, when I went to corporate America and took this to corporate America, I was like, this math seems to make sense. It should work in corporate America. And I'll never forget when I taught this to the CFO, Cliff Barr. He looks at me and he's like, why didn't anybody teach me this in finance? And I was like, that's because I wasn't trained in finance. I'm trained in mathematical ecology, but I've done over 100. I've done close to 1,000 joint investments. So I've taught myself investing the hard knocks way, but I'm a landscape system mathematical ecologist by training. And so this first one is like, kind of let go of how you think it works. Like, be open. And then we'll get into the tactical case studies and bricks and mortar pieces of how we do this together. It's gonna be really fun. Excited? I'm excited. Yeah. Great. We're also going to have you for your next, we did introductions just now, so we skipped this one piece, but we wanted to also plant the seed, and we'll come back to this after a break. 10 years from now, what is your hope for impact investing in the Valley? And we also are going to have you share your favorite nonprofit. Some of you have that assignment, and we're going to want you to talk about that journey. So we'll do that after we come back from the break a little bit. We're going to do this mind shifting module first. Oh, so the one thing I should say about for my personal story is my first chapter was as an ecologist. My second chapter was doing individual transactions. My third chapter was doing funds, private equity funds. And then my fourth chapter has been like, I want to fix the system and give the Jackson Hole Community Foundation of Jackson Hole the easy button so they can invest locally and solve whatever problems they want to solve. So now I'm like a systems person. That journey started this fourth chapter. This is hilarious to me. When I got recruited to be a finance professor at University of Colorado in 2012. And I said, you do know what you do realize I've never taken a business class. And they said, yes, we want you to come be a finance professor in sustainable real estate finance and be in the foundation. We want you to do real estate investment transactions, teach an MBA class, and do research. It was where I was at this body of work where I realized that one of the missing pieces of infrastructure was there's not a lot of places to get investor education from somebody who doesn't want something from you. Like, so intentionally, we're not an investment advisor. We're a nonprofit. Nothing you're going to hear is advice. We only do education. We don't manage any assets. We're not looking to become your investment advisor. We are looking to be a non-conflicted guide with like, this is where you want to go. Let us help you go where you want to go. And there should be about 2 of us per community. And I don't have a lot of competition in the country. And that's a bit of the problem. So we're working to change that piece of it. This idea of non-conflicted investor education where the person giving you education doesn't benefit from whatever journey you go on, which is fun. And so you're sitting here at University of Colorado and you realize, oh my gosh, there's 30,000 higher education institutions. There's 10,000 what's the entrepreneurship centers, and there's 14 innovative finance centers. Each entrepreneurship center needs an innovative finance center. Each community foundation needs an innovative finance center. And it was like, how do you create 10,000 of them? You pull your center outside of the university, you create a financially self-sustaining, you put it back into universities, and then you license it, which is what we're doing with the University of California, Merced. So our mission is to identify folks like you, educate them and activate them. And then we also create missing pieces of community infrastructure, like marketplaces and regional home books and landscape camps. We'll talk about more of that. There's a lot of jargon in finance, and then we make up new terms like assets under education. Like that's a new term. Why do I have this? One of you in this room will probably say, I want to train the trainer. I want to join the band. Why do we say that? Is that we're really building a band, but it's more like an orchestra because you have first chair, second chair, and third chair. And so about 1 out of 10 people we teach on different types of money will say, I want to become a teacher with you. And that's how we spread. That's how we to make this world work. And so we break money out into community foundations, corporations, donor advised fund, family offices, funds, individuals, private foundations, and then it's more like first chair, second chair, third chair, fourth chair. Nicole Bagley is on a couple of the orchestra ones. She's the great granddaughter of R.J. Reynolds. So there's 9 foundations in the family foundation system. She's president of ARCA Foundation, Bren Foundation, Sapelo Foundation. She's a trustee. She has a trust. She has a donor advised fund that should be at a community foundation. I'm working on that. And she's an individual investor. Each foundation has their own mission. Her personal mission is women in social justice. She's been trying for about 3 decades to get all of that money in alignment with the organizational value mission and her personal values. And it wasn't until she met us about a decade ago where we gave her the key to unlock that door. And once she got the key to unlock the door, she's like, even though I'm a very private human, I will join the band because it was too hard for me to go on this journey. So if you want me to teach other women and trustees how to do this, I'll do it. We were presenting for our 40th time pre-pandemic in Austin. And we're sitting in the car. We've done this so many times. I was trying to think about how to make it freshen it up a little bit. And I looked at her and she's now my best friend. I help raise her kids. And I said, remind me again, like, what was it about us that helped you, gave you that key to finally do this? She's met smarter people with us, bigger organizations. And she said, you didn't have a financial interest with me. I could trust you. And from where I sit, the anchor institutions in communities that are the most trusted entities are community foundations. Yes, you're trying to get donor advised funds, but you're the least conflicted anchor institution, which is why we care so much about community foundations doing this work. So everything I'm saying and going through this introduction, why I'm saying it is I hope you will all be saying it to your public without me someday, or with our support or behind the scenes. Like one of you will join the band and you will do this. And so I'm like, this is what we do. And I hope someday this is what you all will be doing. You identify folks and individuals and organizations, you educate them and activate them. And there's a few ways you can do this. It's really hard work. It's individual training, small group training, large group training. And we have another thing where we evaluate investment advisors and do searches for new ones. That's an awkward one for community foundations to take on because they're so reliant on professional service relationships with those advisors. But that's what we do. And then we have over 200 education modules, and we've recorded about 120 of them up on our institute. You're going to get 4 today. After you get activated, it's interesting. A lot of people in community foundations want to know the end of the story. They're like, what are we going to do? Which ones are we going to do? And once you get activated, you'll start seeing flow happening, and people will be like, who are the accountants and intermediaries and professional service providers? But then the continued on journey is to learn, connect, and invest. And so I'll get to the last slide, which is like, imagine someday if Old Bills was Old Bills for Philanthropy and Old Bills for Impact Investing. Like imagine if the nonprofits could be like, here's what I'm raising philanthropically, and here's what I'm raising for my impact investments at the same time. There's missing pieces of infrastructure in every system. One of those is regional phone books. I don't know, do you all do a who's who in under 40 here? In big cities, in Denver, I'm based out of Denver. The Denver Business Journal does a who's who under, they do who's who's under a lot of things, but we do a who's who under 40. We went to them, and you can go to any media partner and said, we're going to be the who's who in impact investing. Do you want to be our media partner? They said yes. The first year, we ran the contest. We had 300 applications, and we may have put in 200 of the applicants. The second year we did it, we had 1,300 applicants. This, by running a simple contest like that, you then build the regional phone book of the accountants and the attorneys and the CDFIs and all the intermediaries. We, some of you were on our presentation last week, which we did 2 weeks ago, which we did on community foundation landscape scans. We do scans for donors, investments, intermediaries, and other peers. Marketplaces are Old Bills for impact investing. And then we have 2 other things, shared due diligence and what we call Main Street 2.0, which we'll talk about a little bit later. In 2000, the 2012, Matt Bannock and Paula Goldman from the Meteor Network did a famous paper in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. And they said, it's as if the impact investors are waiting around the proverbial water pump, waiting for the flood of deals, and nobody wants to run the pump. And that is, we're like, yes, +1. That means your nonprofits, your small businesses, your cooperatives, all those entities are gonna need a little help to get investment ready. We're like, yes, we agree with that. But we also, and this is great, lately I've been presenting to younger crowds and they've never seen the movie by Kevin Costner, you know, The Field of Dreams. And I realized recently, I'm using an out-of-date movie metaphor, but if that's the right word, priming the pump for the social ventures. And when you hear me say the word social ventures, now I'll move around to the other side, I mean projects, nonprofits, small businesses, startups, funds, cooperatives, tandem hybrid organizations, like anything doing good. Priming the pump for them, like getting them investment ready without getting the money ready to invest in them, will create a one-sided marketplace. You'll have all these investments ready and money will not flow. So you'll create a Field of Dreams effect. So you have to build both sides of the marketplace at the same time. So everybody pull out a pen and paper if you don't have it. There'll be some fun math. Ready? So the first question we have is, we want you to talk to your neighbor, and this will be a couple minutes, and tell them about the nonprofit that is your favorite nonprofit. And if you had a chance to talk to your nonprofit, or if you just have a guess, and talk to your neighbor and say, are there any investments in that nonprofit? And if you didn't do the assignment, that's okay.
What do you mean, are there any investments?
I mean,
Talking about a question that basically we were asking.
yes, that is exactly what I'm asking. So we had an assignment. And Erin's looking at the looking for the assignment right now, but it was basically, and we can do this, we can start simple. And for somebody who's done the assignment, it's not a problem at all. But first things you want to do is spend just 3 or 4 minutes talking about your favorite nonprofit and why they're your favorite nonprofit. And then if you haven't done the assignment, when we say investments, we think of philanthropy as investments, but we're looking at an investment where you would give money and get back some of the money. That's the best way to think about it. And so is it possible for nonprofits to receive additional investments where they could receive money and give back some, if not all or more, of the money than you gave them? Great. Does everyone understand the question? Okay. Yeah, that's great. We'll take about 3 or 4 minutes. And have that conversation.
I figured that what to come up with. So interestingly, one of the examples that came up during.
Yeah.
Yes. She did the other day.
Yeah. That was like,
Was a development officer. I didn't lead, so I reached out to Grant Scott. But it's certainly a fair. Right. But I reached out and unaided by you. And so basically offsets
yeah.
we're about $1.5 million. A lot of that is passed through for us with tourism. Yeah, we get a little piece on top of that covers what. And then everything else, of core infrastructure right now is associated with what we're going to raise to fundraise. So like we just brought up. Scott.
Oh, the summers.
Disparity benefits, right? And I think everybody also knows that. So everybody said, well, wait, sort of see, but it's sort of. Because you know that you'll raise more money, then you have to raise more money without.
Yeah, I think that was what's it.
So that was his primary idea, his secondary, his secondary idea was around vehicles. So it turns out right now for ambassadors. Very expensive. And his idea was not full. Vehicles. These for ambassadors. So we've been doing a deal with the trails. He's been talking to Jacksonville. But he's saying, I think he can actually generate revenue by branding on this vehicle. Okay, that's easy. To see how it works versus running for 6 months. You have to take over the minutes. So those were his tunes for the
Yeah.
But I think you might have to.
Yeah.
It seems like they've got that.
More about it.
You know, yeah, they are like.
Yeah.
Spend your money on the hospital.
Yeah.
And like that.
Yeah.
You're not always accurate.
You know.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Sure.
Yes.
Fantastic. Anyone want to share, what they discussed and could they, what their favorite, we're gonna go around in here, everyone's favorite nonprofit, so who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Great.
So it's Friends of Bridger Teton. Sit on board. It's hard to pick a favorite.
That's what we
It's
said.
the one I'm-
It's just like asking me my favorite channel. It
But
is hard.
Turns out I'm treasurer, so it's near and dear to my heart. And so it was interesting because when I asked Scott the question, and the way we asked the question was, you know, do you have a project idea or existing need where a 0 or low interest loan would make a meaningful difference in the ability to come? Well, basically, would it help and why, and would it be recoverable? And it was interesting because in this webinar that we attended, we talked about, I know this, this came up, but unaided by me, his first response was a multi-year sort of agreement or loan around getting a full-time development officer. That was his first one. And then his second one was around the fact that because we have we basically support ambassadors in the national forest, both in the summer and in the winter seasons. And we end up leasing vehicles in order to do that. And it's very expensive to lease those vehicles. So the question was, could you actually own a subset, at least a subset of those vehicles, which you could use in both seasons? But he had been having conversations with some of the folks at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort about the fact that they do co-branding deals and you can actually generate revenue off of basically big signage on the vehicles or putting the vehicles in certain places and creating an affiliation that people view as positive. So his question was, could I create a revenue model that made buying a subset of the vehicles more cost effective than having to lease them every year. And he hasn't done the math, which I said we need to do the math.
That's great. Any others want to share their favorite nonprofit? Even if you don't have one, that's okay. And that, even if you haven't found an investment, that's fine. We just want to hear it. Yeah.
So the people in this room know about the one I'm gonna mention. Teton County Search and Rescue actually came to Community Foundation about over a year and a half ago. Because the organization was in the early stages of raising $7 million to buy a helicopter. And so they came to Community Foundation and said, can you help us with a bridge loan against pledges or something in that framework? And the answer was, now putting on the other hat from here, was that we're not ready for that yet. And so that's been completed, the funding's in place, the helicopter's purchased and flying. And at the moment, so I asked this question yesterday at a meeting, and the answer is nothing on the horizon because the big project got done and now things are on a cash flow basis of operating budgets. So there was an opportunity, we weren't ready, it was quite big, and some banks actually stepped in to give big loans.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great idea.
So mine was like Grand Teton National Park Foundation. Very coincidental. But there's two projects under that umbrella. One is the purchase of the Kelly parcel. And the timing surrounding that. Because there's not only a pretty humongous that, but there's also deadlines that
This is the same Kelly for all Kennedy.
This is the second one.
okay. Well, the first one was Animal Flats.
Yeah.
So you know, bridging, and I'm familiar with the logistics of the Animal Flats, because my husband was really involved with the organization at that time. But bridging the immediacy, the need for the funds to meet the deadline with against pledges and, you know, the financing of that. But the other project under that umbrella that I talked about with someone who's no longer with the foundation, but time that I had this conversation is involved in a lot of their financing, is the pathway system within the park. And securing the funds, because of the federal asset, you've got an expense related to pathway development that is just extraordinary versus contracting with builders who aren't having to be approved by the federal government. So the cost of the pathway is 3-4 times as much in a federal park than it would be just in the city streets. And so we talked about not only the cost of the pathway, but this private partnership relationship where you would have to raise funds and a lot of them in order to get that pathway built, and how that would work and the timing of it, and then the investments.
For anything around the parks, we're actually working with the Secretary of the Interior's office on a national pilot for investing, and so feel free, like Aaron, like let's not follow those at any time. This is a really interesting one because it's complex, it's a public-private partnership. And we're going to talk about one, a model that could go to that one. Those are great.
And because that's such a big overarching, not for profit, it's really like smaller as well, which is Slow Foods. And they had a request into the community foundation on competitive grants to build out physical capacity in town in addition to this very small scale relative to that. So I thought they'd be a good one to understand building something physical. And
When you say physical capacity, can you say a little bit more about that?
So they have sheds, if you will, where they store the food.
Yeah.
Where they serve the population, like refrigerated, capacity shaded areas.
Okay.
And so his reaction was, his priority is not to, he said he'd absolutely love to have some fabulous setting in town, but his priority is to craft an endowment to support discounted food pricing, because they have a 3-year commitment that runs out at the end of the year. And they believe that's really important to serving the provider population as well as the individuals who take advantage of it. And in talking about that could be paid back on physical, his concern was how do you fundraise against the concept of paying back alone versus engaging people with the idea. So it was a very interesting.
What's the hospital in Livingston? What is your big hospital?
St. John.
Yeah. Awesome. And the hospital is public and there's a private, there's a foundation that supports its fundraising in addition to the access it has in the public district. So, it's funny, if you ever put a phone with little Idaho girl that I would be like, Carolyn, I'm speaking, but I also, I'm the speaker, we have a partnership with the multinational clinical agreements. Banks groups with codes and silos. And then I teach the endowments with common sense Institute at Yale, and started doing some really interesting work with hospital. So it's interesting, these are very complex, but very doable. So we'll get to these last, we're gonna, the easy ones are where we'd like to start, on, because you want to really win. You want people to go, oh, let's do that. But the complex ones are the ones where the system change comes. And so it's a little bit like learning to ride a bike or doing something like that. You want to have some good first experiences. Any other nonprofits? Oh, sure. Yeah, I can cover the 3 that we talked about, one of which came from Dawn, who unfortunately can't join us today, but she sent in, I guess, her homework to Erin. So Dawn reached out to Immigrant Hope, and the challenge they have is essentially working capital, specifically during the Old Bills fundraising period, where donations to them stop because they go through old bills, and yet they don't get the check until October. So and I think this is typical for small nonprofits in our community where they don't have a reserve or don't have sort of established working capital, particularly during that fall period. And it's, you know, if they're living hand to mouth and we suddenly sort of pull that up for 3 months, 4 months, that becomes cash flow constraint for them. So theirs is a short-term working capital constraint. So Kevin, I'm actually gonna say, so that's number 7 times 200, right? So we're at 207. Yeah, yeah, well, maybe 100, because bigger ones have reserves of capital, but yeah, it's significant. The next one was Coons Foundation, where they recently acquired a home, so the first time they own their space now, at COOMBS. Sorry. Okay. I was like, oh, give me a nonprofit. No, COOMBS. Oh, comb, like a comb. Yeah, but with 2 O's. Okay. Well, there you go. Comb with 2 O's. BS. Yeah. Foundation. They recently acquired a home, so their capital campaign, they fundraised for the first payment of it. They have seller financing for 2.5 million of it, which is friendlier than bank financing, but still above what we might be able to offer. It's 4% going to 6% in year 2. And then the last one we talked about was St. John's Episcopal Church. They also have a capital campaign going, so theirs could be twofold in that it would either be cash flow timing relative to pledges, and or if they are not able to sufficiently raise their target all with pledges, they may have need for some debt financing.
on browsing by actually does generate revenue, so you see that they get paid.
Yeah, instead of.
Yeah.
So theirs is either, bridging payments on pledges or fundraising shortfall covered through debt financing. Any others?
I say this, back to FPT, sorry, but there was one more idea which I
Okay,
seemed a little harder,
okay.
but it turns out
We
that
like cards.
the Forest Service has, they put down, they are willing to, for Forest Service housing, put down pads and allow people to put modular or, think of, modular homes on them. The problem for the Forest Service people is that for most, when somebody leaves, the pad belongs to the Forest Service, right? And usually they don't want to take their house, but for a Forest Service employee, for whatever reason, because the land is owned by the Forest Service, today they cannot go out to get a conventional mortgage, and even if it's just a $100,000 sale, which a Forest Service person would like to buy and grow equity in it, they aren't able to get a conventional mortgage. So his question was, could you put a program together through a CDFI or otherwise that would create a mortgage program to take advantage of the housing that exists, or the opportunity for housing that exists in the national forest, that is currently not capable of being financed in a conventional mortgage. And for most of the people that work in the forest, even if it were a $60,000 modular home, they don't have that kind of cash, like just based on income. They can't do that alone. So that was an interesting one, but it was a little, I didn't know if it was farther afield.
I have a couple of work spouses in my life, people that we work with really closely. One of them is Chris Friend. She's the deputy chief of the Forest Service. And he and I worked together on a team 22 years ago, and 2 years at the holiday party. I said, Chris, how can I support you? And he said, you can solve workforce housing for us.
Yeah.
So we're doing a pilot project with the Dillon district ranger, the Dillon the Dillon district for the White River National Forest right now. And we can go into this and show how we're solving this. This is what you said is very solvable. And what you may or may not know is the Forest Service has a new farm bill authority that was created a couple of years ago that allows them to essentially donate Forest Service admin lands for housing for in-kind exchange of units for their workforce and or admin buildings. And we were brought in because there's a $22 million housing gap in Dillon, and we're closing that housing gap with private investment dollars. And it's working, and it will work throughout. It will solve the agriculture and interiors workforce housing issues. So happy to talk about that in a while. I also want to be, if anyone can raise their hand with like, I don't know what that word is. These are the words CDFI. Does everyone know what the word CDFI means?
I know what it stands for, but I don't know operationally what, the service that it provides other than super high level.
Okay, so high level, and this is not precise, but when utilities came out west and banks came out west, the government's like, go out west. No, like there's no humans out there. We're not gonna make any money if you make us go out west. So guess what banks did? Did they open up equally in neighborhoods, or did they pick certain neighborhoods? They picked neighborhoods. And then that became a concept of redlining. Has anyone heard of redlining before? So basically, the basic premise is if you can't walk to your local bank and open up a savings account, how can you save our house? And so all these communities that were redlined were basically didn't have access to banks. And so the federal government said, banks, you better open up there, we're gonna give you a penalty. You have two choices. You can open up a branch equally, or you can pay a penalty fee. That's what most of the banks chose. Penalty fees. It's such a nice word, but it's called Community Reinvestment Act dollars. CRA. community investment act dollars, but it should be called bank healthy dollars. Investment act dollars. And then the federal government had a little bit of problem. That's community financial development institutions. Community development financial institutions. And so then the federal government had all this bank penalty money. And they're like, uh-oh, we have no banks to give this penalty money to. So they decided to essentially open up microfinance in the United States. And instead of making the CDFIs, which are regulated, not under the FDIC, where all the banking's regulated, we put the CDFIs under Treasury. So CDFIs are microfinance in the US, and they get their biggest flow of capital is Treasury. And they're certified, that's who they're regulated, US Treasury. And people say corporate treasury sometimes, and people get confused by that. They also have another smaller flow of capital, which is CRA. And what we're essentially talking about right here is, can we create a private flow of capital to match that money? And oftentimes CDFIs are critiqued. You know, anyone have any guesses like what the biggest critique of the CDFI would be?
Not doing enough.
Yeah, the interest rates are too high, blah, 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 like, they're kind of like this, they feel like the bad part, if you were to critique a bank, you can critique CDFIs in a similar way. And I'm like, it's not the CDFIs. It's like the type of capital they're getting is not the type of capital they need in order to invest in their community that they need to do. And so this is larger. There are, in addition to CDFIs, there are nonprofit like Legacy Works. Those of you who know that is not a CDFI. They're creating a revolving loan fund. So there are for-profit and nonprofit. You'll hear me use those words called intermediaries. And intermediaries are in banks and credit unions, big banks, they're all intermediaries. And they have three functions. And we're going to get to that in the presentation in just a second. They originate transactions, they service them, and they provide technical assistance and TA plus loan and loan loss reserves, like guarantees, like they help create a safety net. So this is the primary function of this intermediary infrastructure, is to originate, service, and TAs. Any other glossary items we need to add that people like, somebody said something 10 minutes ago and I don't know what they meant.
Can I ask a really silly question?
There is no such thing, because let's think about it. Finance, I think, was designed to make us feel dumb. Yeah. And then now we're talking about a subfield of finance that very few people know about. And then I just told you, a few of us are making up new words. So there is no dumb question.
Well, I made them the award through this exercise. So CDFI is an acronym that I first heard in this process. And I'm wondering, are they,
They're nonprofits.
They are nonprofits.
And there's two types of them. They can be a CDFI fund, or they could be a CDFI bank. I do not believe Wyoming has a CDFI bank. Colorado has 2 CDFI banks.
And there's one in Bozeman, I think it's in Bozeman, but it's Montana, which seem to be servicing Wyoming.
And it's bank.
It's a bank, it's a CDFI bank.
And then we have First Southwest Bank, which I think is gonna be your friend out of Durango to your other community banks here. And so what that means is CDFI bank versus community bank means that they have to, I believe they have to serve people under 65% poverty. It'd be urban and rural areas. But we'll have that come back up. So most CDFIs are funds. There's not that many CDFI banks. Beneficial State Bank, Cat Taylor, Tom Steyer.
So it's MoFi that I ran across, which is the Montana one. They are a bank, okay?
I think it might be fun. Okay, like when I say bank, it's like a retail, just like you walk in retail, looks like, remember First Security for built by Wells Fargo. Or purchased by Wells Fargo. Any other, these are great questions. Any other glossary things we need to add?
What's the technical assistance?
Yeah, remember
Rest
that.
of it feels like very traditional origination, but what is that?
It means that, and it's funny, I might get ahead of this. I could tell you a funny story, but I'll save it for later when sometime when we're having drinks. But the technical assistance is, like, sometimes I will get a question when I present to community foundations about, what about the banks? How do they feel about this? I'm like, well, banks love it, right? Because this is their inbound, right? And this is their non-bankable deals. And what we're really trying to do is get individuals and nonprofits and small businesses. We want to get them so the banks are servicing them, right? And so they might need help getting their credit improved. They might need to go through their first audit as a nonprofit. They might need all this little teeny stuff. They might need to get a board. They might need to, any of that little coaching that they're gonna need is called technical assistance. So it's a little bit like, unlike a typical bank where you come and you get denied, if you get denied at a CDFI fund or bank or intermediary, they're gonna be like, and let us help you get investment ready. What are the 5 things you're gonna have to do to get? So easy, yes to. And so this is the non-bankable deal flow. And so we're like, if you think about it, you're using philanthropic capital and impact investing to de-risk and create the bankable deal flow. And there's also an opportunity, especially in hard times, like I can imagine with the road issues happening right now, that you also have banks where things are gonna get involved. And that can be individually, institutionally. And some things you're like, ooh, we don't want that thing to go away. And so you could capture things where the banks have a partnership with the banks where they're like, we have some institutional or individual loans that are buckets of things that are in default, but we would rather them not go into default. But can we partner with you to create a safety net? And so banks love this because you can help them on the incoming deal flow and outcoming deal flow. Wow, great questions. You ready? Oh, did we miss anybody? Any nonprofits we do all the nonprofits? We get it? Give it yours?
Mine was good, but it was fast, but I learned.
So
Yeah,
what?
Australian, with Friends of Bridget Teton, it's sort of the brother institution, sister institution is Bridget Teton Avalanche Center has the same discussions around housing, exactly the same things in there, kind of related to the Friends of Bridget Teton because they're both supporters of the national forest.
I think one more, so it was interesting,
Yeah.
something we've spoken about before is Habitat. They talked about what they call their renovation program. So it's to support people who are currently in their housing with a renovation fund so that they can have upkeep for their current buildings that they've helped build. Because there's not a lot of available capital for them once they've actually completed that.
A million years ago, my first 10 impact investments were in 2000, 2005 when I lived in Lander, when I knew Lori, when we first met. And before my dad passed away, we would buy single family homes. And we would, on the 3rd or 4th home, he came home and he's like, there's all these families with good credit that didn't have medical insurance. And they had a major medical event. And now they're in this thing called medical bankruptcy. And they can't buy a home or a car. And we were buying you could buy a single family home in Lander, Wyoming back then for $5,000 to $8,000 down payment. What was that? So we were poor graduate students, and I just was like, oh, we had 2 jobs and a graduate student stipend. So every 5 months I just bought another house. And on like house 3, 4, 5, for several of them, we would partner with them and we would lease option to purchase their home. And we had a family meeting. We're like, what return do we want to get? And we said 10%. And so we set aside 10% of their rent as partial equity. And if the house appreciated above 10%, we gave them that upside. The house is appreciated 15 to 25%. And that was the moment for me where I was like, oh, this is like, you can really if you really care about transforming your community, like get involved with the money part of it. And that jumped me onto that journey. So why do we care? How much money does anyone know? Write down this answer and you just guess. If we could give housing to every single person in Teton Valley, how much money would it take?
More than 5,000.
Oh.
We testify that like the subsidy required to bring that home, there's like 600,000. per
Wait.
home.
And we're saying we need 2,000 units.
Yeah.
Okay,
So everyone do math. Here we go.
okay, well, we're just gonna tell you, 397 million.
Bring it up.
397 million, that's a lot, huh? That's the amount of money we would need to house everybody
That wants to live here.
that wants to live here. Well, no, we opened that up. I mean, that are currently living here who want to live here. And then this is, we also did this estimate. How much private capital do we have in the valley?
More than that.
More than that?
I think so.
How much more than that?
Think of the high net worth individuals who
The one
have
first,
their own bank.
yeah, I was gonna say, Max Chapman.
You like?
Totally. Max Chapman.
So it's like, it's here. It's here. There's a billion per house.
And the reason I started opening up with my confession about not bringing my laptop was like, Max, let me use this asset, right? This is what I'm, like, if you see where I'm going with this, how much capital do we have here? 47 billion.
Yeah.
So what percent of our private capital could completely solve our housing crisis?
Yeah.
Less than 1%. We start this way because every single person in nonprofit, not everyone, but almost even in the for-profit, most people in the valley have this feeling of scarcity. They're like, and even personally and professionally, it's like, well, if I had a little bit more, I could do this. If I had a little bit more, I could do this. The notion that we have plenty and we need less than 1% of it to be activated to solve our crisis, that's kind of a mind bender thing, isn't it? That means it's not. And the other reason I'd like to start here is oftentimes lately in the current trauma of the world, people are like, if those people over there could give me money, I could solve my problems. This isn't those people over there. This is you. If you all have enough money to solve your problems, you don't need a single dollar outside.
Is there another way
Of the
to
valley.
take a cut at that money though? So if you, it's one thing to say you have $47 billion sort of in the valley, which is great. But is there, I'm sure that you all have the systems where you can go, yeah, and of that 47 billion, this is what's actually given to the nonprofit community on an annual basis. Like that would be an interesting number too.
And generally, we
Yeah.
know like we're 1 to 5% or like community, right? Like in like across the country, right? So you can say that. And we'll talk about how you can leverage those Mac laptops and assets, right? Like how do you leverage those things? It doesn't have to be liquid. People are like, get in the weeds of that. But I started here to say you have more than enough money to solve every problem. The capital isn't flowing correctly, right? And there's no easy button. And one, we don't know how to do it. And that's what we're doing today. This is a lot more education activation. And then you have to create the missing infrastructure and easy buttons to make it so people can trust it. It's easy, they can do it. Isn't that exciting though? And
It's sort of mind-boggling.
isn't it? And guess what? It's the same across the country. The state of Pennsylvania was, I mean, it ranges between less than 1% to 3%, I think is our highest. And that's not the public money. That's not the corporate money. That's not the foundation money. That's the private money. And how did we get that number? You can actually go buy those records. To your point, there's databases. Erin and I used, and Will and Wendy, we subscribe to one called Wealth Engine, and for 50 cents you can buy those records. Is it precise? No, I have two friends that have 10 million each, and it says they have 5 million, right? That's not the point. The point is, it doesn't matter if it's less than 1% or
Directionally.
9%. You have enough money to solve your housing crisis. And so it is mind-boggling. And so now here's where we're gonna do some fun fourth grade math, just to open up about how you would get that capital flowing. And so again, there's no trick questions, there's no taxes, there's no net present value. This is really simple math. It's all in 1 year. So now we're gonna write down, we're gonna do this first one together. 1 + 1. 2. You joke, but we're gonna keep doing this. I didn't even know how to write the word average. Average 2 and 4.
Great.
Okay, who wants to tell me how to get it? The
The
average
number between the two.
Pick a number between the two. That's, see, there's one way to do it. Another way to do it, how else would you do it?
Add them, divide.
Add them, divide by 2. Somebody like, there's lots of interesting ways people come up with this. I'm like, wow, I had no idea. We're gonna remember the add them together, divide by 2. You're gonna use that again. So we are going to use Ian and we are gonna use Will. Will, who's more generous of the two of you?
Oh, Ian, for sure.
Okay, Ian.
It's like about different guy.
That's not fair, baby. Difference.
Ian's more generous. And so they both love Friends of Bridger Teton. They're like, we're gonna give a loan to get a development director. Ian's like, I'm gonna put in $50 at 2%. Will's gonna put in $50 at 4%. And so, but we're gonna bundle it up as one transaction through an intermediary. So we're not giving them individual little checks, right? Like we're gonna make it easy for them. And so we wanna add 50 plus 50 and we wanna average 2 and 4. What would be the loan that we'd be giving to Friends of Bridger Teton? And, write this one down, please. And I will tell you, people will get their numbers mixed up on this. It's totally normal. Sometimes it takes 5 to 6 times to go through this. You're like, okay, I kind of get what you're saying. 50 plus 50 is? Average of 2 and 4 is? 3. $100 at 3%. Ding, ding, ding. We're all winners today. How much money do you get back if you do a $50 loan at 2% for 1 year? Write that answer down too. $51. Does that make sense? Who doesn't got that number in their house? Okay. How much money do you get back when you grant $50? You know, I'll say this out loud. 0. No, the next one you have to write down. You cannot talk to your neighbors. This one. What is the percentage financial return to the foundation when you give a grant for $50? In the first one, Will said he was at 4%. Ian was at 2%. And so now I'm looking for what is the percent of a grant from the Community Foundation of Jackson Hole when you give a grant? I know. You're like, what are you asking?
Yeah. Is this your question?
It's not, but it feels that way. And this is the mind shifting bending part. So looking for a percent, we had 4%, 2%. The answer is a percent. You can write it down. If you've seen me present, you cannot say the answer before your neighbor. And now it's okay. We're good. Anyone, now we're gonna have you talk about it with your neighbor for a second.
Okay, so I'm for the.
And if, hold on, don't tell, here's the rules.
That's what I.
Priceless.
That's what I said.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, it's good, it's good.
First, components where.
Yes, yes. Bubbles, but you're not.
It's just like nostalgia. I mean, that's sort of.
Okay, everyone come back. Okay, we're gonna go around the room and we're gonna we're gonna start with this one. What's your first guess?
I went with the
As a group,
MasterCard Visa commercial.
priceless, love that.
I just need to sit myself.
Hold on, but you,
Smartest people in the world.
hold on, you're gonna go next, you're gonna go next. This one over in the corner, what do you think?
Oh, the infinite was really liked.
Infinite, I love that one. I oftentimes, I know nobody else in this room is gonna answer zero, I most often get zero, it's not, right? And then, and then I say, isn't it 0% loan when Will gives Friends of Bridger Teton a $50 0% loan? He gives it $50 and they give back the $50. Isn't that a 0% loan? So when he gives the $50 and doesn't get any of the money back, what is that? And it's, what is it, guys?
-100%.
-100% financial returns. And people will lock on this a little bit like, oh, it's grants and philanthropy. Guess what? It's any expenses. When I'm working with multinational corporations, I'm like, your HR dollars are -100% financial returns. Your corporate social responsibility dollars, your R&D dollars. We all have a lot of -100% financial return money. And I heard you go, oh, that's bad. It's actually really, it's what's going to save us. It's the best news ever. I want to stop back. Does this not make sense to anybody? Did you get the money? You
The
don't get it
critical
back.
component is financial return.
It is financial return.
All the other answers are right. If you
Absolutely.
Take out financial, but if you put in financial, that's just back.
Your money
It is
goes out the
back.
door.
Yeah, it doesn't come back.
Yep.
And I think for me, like I was explaining, Lori, the mind shift is thinking about, at least in the spectrum of philanthropy, you're shifting how you think about an expense to classifying it as the end of the investment continuum, because we don't tend to think of expenses
As investments.
as investments.
I know. And if we
think of
do,
them as expenses.
if we start thinking of them as investments,
Yeah.
magic starts to happen. That's the key to unlocking your 1% to solve the housing crisis. That's what happens. And so now we're going to do this individually. It was the same math we did before, folks. We had 2% and 4%. Now we're going to do a $50 loan at 2% and a $50 loan at -100%. I want you to write down the answers. And I'll give you a hint, 50 plus 50 is 100. So you just have to average 2 and -100%. Just that, which if you recall, the way to do that is you add them together and divide by 2. And then you're going to do the same conversation with your neighbor. And after our break, which will come pretty quick after this module, we will switch spots so you have different neighbors. Have a conversation with your neighbor, share the answer, come up with your joint answer.
Not fair. Too like finance / nonprofit finance.
Yes, still negative.
Okay, who wants to go? Who's brave? Courageous.
I've heard that.
-49.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So this means if you're giving $100 loan at -49% interest to any one of those nonprofits, how much money would they have to pay you back? Anyone know? $51. So you might say, oh, Stephanie, this funny math of yours is really interesting. Is anyone doing this in real life? So if you recall, what I hope you all offer someday is one-on-one training, small group training, and large group training to the capital stewards in the community. The first one-on-one training I ever did was a woman named Teresa Ish with the Walton Family Foundation. She has the bucket of money that solves ocean fisheries globally. And it ranges every year from like 8 to 12 million that she gives away for ocean fisheries. She's the one who created the little card when you go to the grocery store or the restaurant of like, you need this. Oh, this is that's Teresa's that person. And what happened? She's been at this for decades, and she finally realized in order to truly solve the global fishing crisis, she had to engage the for-profits. So she had to engage the restaurants and the grocery stores and the distribution facilities. And then guess what? They started asking her for grants. So she doubled the number of grantee requests she was getting. And her feeling was, when she went through the fellowship with me, she's like, I don't actually, well, true or false, we'll do a little, is it legal to give a grant to a for-profit?
Yes.
True.
True. Since 1969. Whether that's a policy of your organization is a totally different issue. But you can give grants, loans, equity investments, revenue-based financing, recoverable grants to for-profits or nonprofits if they're furthering the charitable mission according to the federal government. Whether you have a policy to that is a different issue, but it's federally legally to do. And she said, I don't mind giving a grant to a for-profit or the nonprofit, but my bucket didn't double. My grantee request doubled, my grant bucket didn't double. And so she's like, I only want to give grant funding to things that there's no repayment possibility. And so she talked about this for-profit sustainable seafood company in the Bahamas. And we talked about it a little bit more, and I'm like, oh, like some of you are saying, like, you need a half grant and a half loan. And so we did a $500,000 loan. I think it was at 2% via intermediary called Multiplier. So she made a grant to Multiplier that was going to be recycled like a revolving loan fund. They made the loan to a Bahamas for-profit sustainable seafood company. And if the Bahamas for-profit sustainable seafood company does more and more impactful things for the fish in the community, they can forgive up to half of the loan. So imagine making it available to your nonprofits of like, here's a $500,000 loan, and if you do more and more impactful things, you only have to pay back $250,000. Now here's the fun question, can you imagine us leaving this room and walking to the banks and going, is a negative 50% loan, is that an above market rate return or a below market rate return? Well, to Teresa, if Teresa's starting with negative 100% money, is a negative 50% investment an above market rate return for her or a below market rate return? So you will not hear me use words like concessionary, market rate, below market rate, because one, it doesn't matter. It depends. It triggers people in lots of really wild ways. Just tell me the financial return, risk, and liquidity. In fact, if you hear me say it more, if you do a loan from your donor advised fund, that's really, you got a tax deduction, you're at negative 100%, you do a 1% loan, I actually frame that as 101% return. Plus a tax deduction. So I don't find those words very helpful unless you're really working from the framing of that. It's better to talk about financial return, risk, and liquidity, and based on where the basis of that capital is. What questions do you have? Everyone like, whoa, that was too much. It is a lot. There's a podcast about this for Teresa and me. So we think right now, individually and institutionally, we break our buckets up unnaturally. They're called asset classes. And those are artificial like terms that we have created as humans, when in fact, capital is just like a river. It's a single flow. And there's no reason we shouldn't have negative 100% money, negative 99, and negative 98, negative 97, negative 96, negative 95. And if we adopt that thinking, it allows us to go to each of those nonprofits and go, what do you need? And then you can reverse engineer the capital stack to give them what they need. But most of the time investing, especially first time investing to start with, what does the investor want? That's a very different offering, right? Like, what do you need? And we can reverse engineer the capital stack is a very different relationship than then this is what I want as the investor. And the good news is, as we get to the more advanced part of this, I've never found a situation where I couldn't get the investor what they needed plus more. This allows both things to be true. We can get investors, if they're willing to blend money on their balance sheet, we can take expense money and investment capital and give even above market rate returns. But by blending the expense money with the investment capital as an individual or institution, we can have a blended negative interest rate for the community steward and the nonprofits in this case. Okay, we are almost done for our break. Maybe, you know what, we're gonna take a break right now. Let's take a 10-minute break right now. Everyone good? Yes.
So I have to say on the webinar.
Yeah.
Colorado. You all talked, you had that great pie chart.
Yes.
That's a cool chart.
We're
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Because that one to be like, this all makes sense, but you're like, yeah, but sort of endowments think this way, right? They're different set there.
Yeah, this is the first one we just have to like open up. We just have to be like, wait, there might be a different way.
That one was kind of cool because it actually showed the point that you made, that actually you don't, it's not a potential undermining of the pie. It's a way to
Yep.
grow the pie doing it.
Yeah,
Which I
we
was
just have
like,
to-
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
No, I totally
Yes,
get it. It's,
yeah.
there's a path
It
to it.
is. Yes, but yes, you are correct. That's why it wins, right? And we're working with Santa Barbara Foundation. I'm like, what do you want to get in your endowment? They're like 7%. Like, what if I give you 10% to go into housing? You're already gonna give a $10,000 grant to that housing project.
Yeah.
Let's go ask the affordable housing developer what she needs to do 60% EMI. She's short this much money. She gets 7% loan. I'm like, oh, you need negative 18% money.
Yeah.
Put it in the calculator.
Yeah.
Go back up to the
It's
Santa
just
Barbara
math.
Foundation.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, for every $10,000 grant you put into 60% AMI housing, blend it with $40,000, 10% money.
Yeah.
I'll give you above market rate return on your endowment.
Yeah.
Put your endowment into mission, and now we have 40,000 at negative 18.
Yeah, which not only is it sort of the return component to it, but it's also the ultimate, call it recyclable, sort of it's that grow the pie, right? You get it from, oh, I get a better return, but the important part of that return is you're actually growing the pie as you continue. So it gives you a bigger future opportunity than
Yep.
just doing what you're doing today.
And it
Which I
allows you,
really-
and allows you to achieve your mission, which is.
Yes.
Yes, there's one.
They did.
I'm thinking about the next conversation.
What, yeah. Get there. Is it more? Is it?
Totally heard all of this, and I think we can.
So I want to, Michelle's gonna join us on Tuesday at lunch. I think she's doing some travel and her daughter's doing the John McDraw stuff. Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think we can start. Tuesday, more of like, it has to be true of us. When it's, I'm feeling this. I
You
think
can look at this earlier arts too.
then on Thursday.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so that's really
Exciting.
exciting.
Awesome.
Get to make things up. What did you do last night?
There's just.
lunch.
I agree.
Yes. Yes. Oh.
Yeah, which is like, we always say that.
It's amazing.
Yeah. It's amazing.
You're saying.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
I'll probably be in there. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope you're gone.
I know, this is great. Really good, love to get your one of your minds. And that's accomplished, good job. And make certain Aaron and Eric spread apart there, like, it was just great. It's nice when they're not like.
A little more mobile. She doesn't have a shot, yeah, so I can't. Much or anything else like that, so.
It's like only family members.
Yeah. So, 2 weeks from now. Sort of do
My, both of my brothers, one couple of them were their first babies. In like 2 weeks. I mean, it's so funny, I'm just sitting there, like, one couple of sitting with a Harry. Putting it in her car to make sure it's all buckled. And then like, my brother Brian, he's like, you have a stroller somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, really fine. And I just love sitting back and like.
Yeah. Just like watch some of the band involved. Uh-huh.
They're one of my brother's over this huge golfer. They're my golf trips and $5 now.
Yeah, we know, I guess.
I'm doing it right now.
Yep.
But I don't think anything, I don't think do it, I just like, just watch.
Smart work to be.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Second one, then. The time change. Or disappears.
Yes. Constantly. You know, especially if it's having gone for a time.
Yeah, it's like wide zone defenses.
Yeah, you don't go to man to, you have to go to some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
How many kids you have?
Yeah.
Two ones.
I remember meeting your wife when she was very pregnant at Christmas created.
That would have been both Christmas, basically. Yeah, no, that was the first, that was for the first one.
Okay.
And then we just had another one like 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago.
Wow, congratulations. I think it's awesome.
So it's a little hectic right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 non-communicative kids. So. Although they somehow.
They communicate, it's just how they communicate.
Yeah, non-full word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, it's like that means 7 days. One that you're talking about. How can I help you? Help me help you. But
We have a, this is inappropriate, just to preface it like that. But we have this oldest son that's like, yeah, we're at the YMCA in Mount Vernon, New York, so like a mix of clientele, and he was just learning words. And my husband has him in like the bathroom, and they're showering, getting to the pool, they're coming out. And he's learning, he looks out the bathroom, and there's this big clock on the wall, but he can't really say, he goes, hi! He's just screaming.
Does everybody in the
Like, yeah, clock! But it's fun, like when they first start, you're like, just so appreciative that they can make a word, you're like, good job.
Oh, yeah. Well, my son has something like that, like, you know, body parts, and he's like, all right, but, right, you know, like, oh, the diaper and everything else. So now one of the favorite things to do is when someone walks in, like, it's like, hi, blah, blah, and then everyone's just like, you know, I'm talking, they'll like walk up and go like, but.
Like, welcome.
Yeah. That means he likes you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We're gonna have some
Likes your butt.
Yeah, it's something to say, you know, this way.
That's so great.
Yeah. Feels like years.
Are you're a son and a daughter?
I have a son who is 27, or a daughter who just. Neither of them are married yet, so we're not, we don't have that next generation.
Yeah. Are they going back?
No, my son is in the Navy, he's based down in San Diego, and my daughter lives in Asheville.
Your son went to Georgia.
Yeah.
I feel like I know him.
No.
You're squiggly.
We talked about it. I like invited you to a Georgetown one night, and I was like, you got it.
You're a It's amazing. I will say Georgetown, it stuns me how small their endowment is relative to the profile that they have as a university.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like even when we lived in the Bay Area, like we get invited to everyone. I getting for Georgetown and it was sort of nice. Occasionally we go, particularly if it was family games.
Right.
So you sort of felt like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
I'm here for a reason.
Totally.
Um,
I went to, they had one in the summer and my neighbor around the street, I guess, went there as well.
Okay.
I didn't know that, and so his son just got accepted.
Oh,
So now we have this like neighborhood.
That's great.
Winter club.
I haven't gone to yet. It's been great. Great place.
I was gonna say for your little road disaster,
I lived in Virginia.
there's, we did a recording yesterday with Vermont Community Foundation and Duluth Community Foundation about using impact investing for disaster relief. And Duluth is gonna do it for fires, but Vermont did it they already had the infrastructure in place when the floods happened. So they were able to do, they had the MOUs, contracts, relationships and infrastructure with the intermediaries in place. So it took them about a couple hours to turn on the impact investing rapid response support for the floods. So we're gonna write that up as a Stanford Social Innovations review article and what we did for the pandemic but it's recorded if you want to hear it.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
We're still, kind of, we have funds available that were from COVID that we have been invested and we're ready to, we're still waiting.
Yeah.
There's already some great partners. 2022 is the gas stipends for people who are going around, coordinating kind of people who have food support, for people who have an extra dwelling unit versus people that need it. That's why Wendy's not here. She is in charge of that, helping make that match. Yeah, she was like, yes, I just really have to go. I was like, that seems like a very good reason. So
I think it's really inspiring how many people have stepped up. Remember people that are opening out and remember applications that are rolling in.
it's just layered, because you're like, people I have dogs, my hours are this, or you have kid, so trying to figure out those nuances.
There's another intermediary out of Colorado called Impact Charitable. During the pandemic, they created the Left Behind Workers funds for cash payments, and that program is taken off throughout the country. So that's happy to connect you to them too. They're absolutely amazing. So what questions do you have on the math so far? You're like, oh, Stephanie, that math. The math is worth learning, but the whole goal is to create an easy button for people in the community so they don't have to learn the math.
The struggle I have with the math is what perspective you're looking at it from. Because, part of what we've talked about on a really preliminary basis from the community foundation, from a board perspective, is being able to make loans that will actually increase cash flow, help with operating expenses, really practical. Here are the tangible benefits. And when you're talking about a negative return of 50 or 49%
Or 10 or 5.
yeah, you're not, you have to completely shift your thinking about that.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Well, not to complicate things, but from a community foundation standpoint, when you're dealing with different buckets and you're blending, there's also the impact by bucket may be dramatically different, even though the blended product of a nonprofit makes sense from their capital stack need. Not to say it's not doable, but just like it adds a layer of complexity in terms of the funds that are being, the resources from the community foundation side and where you're pulling from. And what those hurdle rates are for different buckets, the expected needs are for the different buckets.
Since she went there, I'll go there. We talked about this with a couple of people. So we're working with Santa Barbara Foundation on this transaction. And they have a working group, just like you do. And I actually connected Jackie Lori, Jackie's the CEO there. And So to what you just said, there's three buckets of money, right? Like at community foundation and individually, right? Yeah. There's bucket one is what we don't think of it as investments, but it's our negative 100% money. Yeah. And that tends to be like 5%, right? It could be more or less. Then you have this other bucket of money, which is your, I think of 60-40 stocks and bonds, like your more fixed income. And this could be anywhere from 5% to 40%. And then you have your stock money, which is your stocks money. And I did not know this very well. And they're trying to get 7% on this money. So I'll just say Pepsi, for lack of a better word. And it was funny when I was doing the Superior Community Foundation presentation the other day. I said, did you hear that noise? Shh. It's the wind coming off of the Lake Superior. No, not really. It's the sound of all your money leaving your community to invest in Pepsi versus yourself. Right, that's what the sound of the wind is. And so if you think about this, I said, oh, what return do you want to get on the endowment? And they said 7%. And I said, and Santa Barbara's expensive. I said, what? Do you know what return your housing real estate developer needs for 60% AMI, area median income? So I don't know what AMI means. And so we go to the real estate developer and she's like, real estate developer, and we're like, hey, how much money can you get at the bank? And she's like, I can get 7%, and I'm short, I don't know, I forget what it was, like 2 million in grant funding. That's mine. I'm short $2 million in grant funding, and I can get a 7% loan. And I don't remember what the actual 7% was correct for the 2 million. And we put it into my little calculator. We called it. So I'm like, oh, you need negative 18% money. Right? Like we don't think of the gap of the grant funding as an investment with a return. And so then I go back up to the Santa Barbara Foundation. I'm like, hey, they need to get negative 18% money to do 60% in my housing. What return do you want to get? 7% on the endowment? I'll give you 10%. What do you want to get? To put your endowment into housing? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Put your endowment into your own mission, and they said 10%. And they are already into the grant program. So if the Santa Barbara Foundation takes for every $10,000 at negative 100% money and adds it to $30,000 of endowment money, but they want to get a 10% return, which is 3% more than what they would have gotten. I've only done this, I'm not doing this in my head, so I've done this, so I know the answer. The return here is negative 18%. So you take 10,000 from the grant funding, $30,000 from the endowment, 10% to what you were just saying, the complexity of it all. And now you have a $40,000 negative 18% investment. So we can get above market rate return on the endowment to cover increased risk or liquidity issues, but still give a blended negative interest rate to what she needs for the approval. Is anyone like, what did you just do?
I just am struggling mightily with the whole concept of talking about negative returns.
Yeah, it's really, it can be,
So
I've actually been, it's funny, I've actually gotten one day, like, you're trying to create a plan to be, I'm like, no, I'm not, I'm a nonprofit, I rely on negative 100% return investments. I just don't want you giving me a negative 100% return investment for me to turn around and pay, which I have in the past 8%.
It's a blending issue, right? I mean, it is truly a macro.
Holistic blending.
Holistic
It's a holistic
blending
blending
issue,
issue.
so you really have to think about the granting side and the endowment side as being one in order to get your head around the negative
It's
investment.
looking at the pool of assets
In
in a very
totality.
different light.
Yeah. And acknowledging that it was an artificial creation to break them into buckets, right? And we can, there's no rule from upon the mountain that says that's how we have to do it. That was just how, that was how it was done. It's not an easy button, it's how we do it. And the holistic piece allows, I think of it more as my individual money. I use my personal donation money to unlock my investment capital for things I care about. So that's how I think of it, is using your grant money to unlock your endowment.
Part of the issue is just, to your point, that's how it was created. But organizationally, that's how it exists. They
Yes.
they are very separated silos from
Yes.
place.
Yeah.
And so
And that's what we're gonna talk about next, is how do we fix that system?
How do you communicate the -18 to the nonprofit,
I don't.
knowing that that's like kind of confusing?
I don't. I say, what loan can you get? What gap of grant funding do you need?
Oh, okay.
I don't, the less people that have to go through the math that we just did, that better. Like,
So for the grantee side, they receive $10,000 grant and then they have to pay back a
Yeah.
$30,000 loan.
Yeah.
10%.
or you could do that a couple ways, but you could get a promissory, you could frame that as a recoverable grant. You would say, I'm gonna give you a $40,000 recoverable grant, and your goal is to pay back, I can't do that math in my head, $32,000. Right? Like, that's how you could like paper that transaction. If you wanted to, or you could paper it as a 2% loan and a small grant if you wanted to. There's lots of easy button ways to do that. But yes, the goal here is not to explain -100% to everyone in Teton Valley. That won't work. I've tried for the last decade. I know it won't work because I've been doing it. It doesn't work. But those of you, you're the architects. Like, the architects need to know how the math can make it work. And then we have to set up the infrastructure and easy buttons. So that's what we're gonna talk about right now. How do banks work? How do intermediaries work? When we were talking about a typical bank or intermediary or CDFI, I don't mean this in a bad way, they're indifferent to what the interest rate that they're gonna give out is. They just need the cost of capital. So if you're like, we wanna give out 0% loans to anybody affected by the road, they're gonna say, oh, well, then we have to calculate our origination fee, our servicing fee, and our 3% fee. And then we need a certain type of capital, and we'll blend it out at 0. But they're not looking, especially the CDFIs, they're not looking to make money off of these transactions. They're just covering their basic costs. So does that make sense? Origination, servicing, loan loss reserves. These are different for everything. We have a Main Street Character Loan Program in Colorado. Default rate is 3.42%. About 10 years ago, I was, still am trying to, like, what would happen if we refinanced all the student loans? Our student loans, we have 34 higher education institutions. The default rates range from 2.5% at University of Denver to 12.5% at Metro. Like, every single asset class has a default rate. So that's why there's different loan loss reserves. A transaction costs money to do. The reason interest rates are higher for small loans is because it still costs money to go through the whole due diligence process. And so those smaller entities oftentimes get access to capital at much higher interest rates, when it should actually be the opposite. We should be giving them better interest rates. But the reason that comes is because that's how the system's been set up. So we're almost done with the negative math, I promise. If a loan costs 7% to administer, then what rate of capital do we need to raise in order to create a 0% loan program? And write this down and share it with your friend. So if you want to create a 0% loan program for the nonprofits, for bridge funding for old bills, and we want to do it at 0%, what type of money would we have to give the intermediary, which could be a CDFI, nonprofit lender, or a bank, money if it costs 7% to service and originate the loan? And nobody is writing this answer down, so I'm nervous. That's okay. How'd you get there?
-7
Yeah, the answer is -7. How'd you get there?
to get to 0. You take a +7, -7.
Well done.
To get to 0, you take 0. I actually, just so you know, I do this for a living. I put this in my calculator every time I do it. I'm like, what's 0 minus 7? And it's like, oh, it's -7. I'm like, I do it just because the negative numbers get tricky in your head. So I use a calculator or math to do it. Does that make sense? And the idea that you would go aggregate -7% capital was probably new. You probably weren't coming in today.
idea.
You're like, oh, wait, if we ask housing developers and nonprofits what they need and they need negative, okay, we got to go aggregate negative. And so how do you do that? Well, in the first situation, we have a $50 donation, -100%, $50, 3%. That's $100 and -48%, similar to the transaction we did earlier. But we're like, we don't need -48% money. We need -7%. So would you give me $450 at 3% and $50 at -100%? And that gives me $500 at -7. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And the cool part about this is I literally think of us like using the grant dollars to unlock the endowment dollars. Like you're just like, and that's individually and institutionally.
Just a quick example from our grant program last year, we got an application from Habitat for a housing build out. I think it was $250,000 grant request. And I think at the time, everybody acknowledged like, oh, this probably isn't a grant, you know, like there is definite returns on this, but we didn't have any mechanism. And like in the spirit of urgency and getting money out to the organizations who won't be just granted it all. And knowing that we could have doubled that capital with, I don't know, a fifth of the grant is pretty compelling.
It increases your impact and reduces your risk. So in real life, are people doing this? Well, the people who come learn from us are, this is the Reese Foundation and Owista Corporation. Owista is the largest CDFI that lends to Native communities. In 29 years, they've lent to 65 Native communities, and pre-pandemic, $79 million with one partial default of less than $10,000. You hear what I said? It's like when people are like, oh, it's risky to invest in Indian country. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so the MacArthur Foundation gave, the Reese Foundation came to us, did 10 sessions with us, and a small little foundation, brother and sister, 30 to 40 million dollars, maybe 20 to 30 million. Brother, sister, stepmom. And the sister says, I want to do Native. And the brother had been at the Ford Foundation. He's now at TechSoup. And he's like, let's do Owista. And they're like, Stephanie, we're thinking of doing a $50,000 grant. And we want to do our first PRI. I'm going to say this because you are going to be teaching capital stewards. And now I'm going to explain a really painful other piece, not as bad as the math, but pretty bad. When you're activating somebody as a capital steward, if I was doing one-on-one training with you, we would have a different set of curriculum than if I was doing one-on-one training with you. Why is that? Because I have to have you take 3 successful steps to 3 in order to get what I call activated. Activated means you don't know all the answers, but you're going to keep hiking. Like you're like, this is a great sport. I'm going to start doing this sport. And the bigger the group, the more difficult it is to give people a tailored experience and have them take their first, second, and third. So our one-on-one training has incredible success because we get to tailor it. The other thing I'll say is you can get excited about this, but you really have to meet people where they're at. And I'll be like, oh, the Reese Foundation, Kyle's going to want to evaluate his investment advisor first. I know Kyle really well. Kyle, where do you want to start? I want to do my first loan for a nonprofit. I probably, for every 100 people that come at me, I probably get 3 to 5 right. My ability to guess where you want to start on your journey, I have no ability to guess. But I know if I listen to you and I go backwards with you in my mind, 3 steps, then I'll get you activated and then we can keep going on the journey. So I said the brother and sister are lovely. And they said, we're thinking of doing a loan to a nonprofit, $100,000 loan, at 2%, $50,000 grant. And I said, shouldn't we go ask them what they need first? And they're so lovely. They're like, oh my gosh, we are embarrassed we didn't start with that. They live in, their Owista is based on Colorado. They're on the coast. They said, put us on Zoom, go on, ask them what they need. And Will, to your point, Like I was like, for every $100 you raise, what, as a lender, a nonprofit lender, what part is 2% loan money and what part is grant money? And they said, we need $25 of grant money for every $75 we lend out at 2%. Because they need money, they're nonprofit, they need money for their own operations, loan loss reserves, all of those things. I put it in my calculator. I'm like, you need negative 24% money. Go back to the foundation. And I said, hey, they need negative 24%. You were going to offer them, and I have my calculator, which I can show you in the break, and you can do this so the math isn't here. I said, you were going to give them a $50,000 grant and a $100,000 2% loan. That's negative 32% money. They don't need negative 32, they need negative 24. What do you want to get? And this was March of the pandemic. I said, what is your goal for the stock market going into the pandemic? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They said, we'd love to get 6%. And I said, divest, sell 40% of your stocks at 6%, blend it with $100,000 2% loan, 50,000 at negative 100%, and now we'll give them 190 at negative 24. So that's how that can work. Another case study, and Erin and I discussed this. We think this is going to be a huge opportunity given your banking system here. This is a CDFI bank. It's an unusual CDFI bank in that they created their own fintech startup. Banks aren't supposed to do that. They got their hands slapped a little bit, spun it out, and it's called Hello Bello. And how it works in Colorado, if you're in rural Colorado, is they allow any of the banks to use this software. So somebody comes in from the San Luis Valley in Colorado and says, I own a market, my freezer just died, I need to buy a new commercial freezer. They come into the underwriting and they don't qualify. We're sorry, you don't qualify. But before you go, let us run you through Hello Bello. Ding! Somebody's gonna call you. This concept isn't new, but how they're using it is new. I call it impact tranching. They're snapping a loan into 2 pieces to what the bank can say yes to. And then they've organized public dollars, private dollars in their corporate philanthropic fund. And so it allows them to basically say yes to anything. If they've raised enough philanthropic investment fund capital, that fintech software allows them to say yes.
So they merge the traditional with the other source.
And so for them to do every single loan in rural Colorado, they need enough deposits on their balance sheet. And then they need to raise enough, what I'd call full spectrum capital, to snap those loans in half. But that fintech software could be used for any of your banks. And Kent, who's the CEO, would be happy to do peer learning with any of your banks here. This is, I took it to United Healthcare first, or they came to me first about this, but I'm actually doing it for my nonprofit. How do you attract and retain a diverse workforce? And this was United Healthcare. They came to me and they said, we saw your presentation. We want to do your program. I said, it's really simple. And so you can think of it as Max and I at the Land Trust were talking about this. Imagine if every nonprofit could refinance all their worker personal debt at 0% interest, increase their wages to a thriving wage, and get everybody into homeownership. That's like the ultimate way to attract and retain a diverse workforce. And Olivia came to me at United Healthcare and she said, I want to do your program, but you're gonna laugh, I only have $15 million in my budget. And I said, that's okay. Are you friends with corporate treasury? And she said, yes. I said, do you know how much money is on the corporate treasury balance sheet at United Healthcare? Any guesses? $21 billion in cash. And at that point, nobody knows where that cash is going. Like it's going to a big bank and it's getting insured, cash sweeping, and goes to another big bank, but it's being invested without regard to impact. And there is a turnkey impact cash sweeping solution. 3 organizations offer impact cash sweeping that's insured. It goes into community banks. And at that point, cash was 40 basis points, meaning 4%. I'm like, let's go do a pilot with them. Let's say we need a big bucket of 0% money. So we're going to go say for every $500 you give us at 40 basis points, we're gonna give you a return of 1%. We're gonna give you a 1.5x return on your cash. And we'll take $500 of your 1% money, blend it with $50 of your expense money. And now we have $550 at -7. So using the expense money to unlock the treasury, move it into mission, refinance the debt, do what's called an income sharing agreement. That's where we use this revolving loan fund to increase wages from $35 an hour to $50 an hour. But when you make $52 an hour above a thriving wage, 10% of your money goes back to pay back the next person. And then use down payment assistance, and even United Healthcare can co-own the home. And before you and Treasury pilot this, you should go to HR and go, if we increase retention by 1%, how much are we gonna save you next year? Can we have half of that savings going forward? And then I realized, wait, we're doing it for corporate America. Why aren't we doing it for nonprofits? Use the same thing for nonprofits.
Just out of curiosity, did United move forward with that?
They have not, and Olivia just left. So I have 2 successes in corporates, one in Eileen Fisher and one in REI, and I've given out 15 recipes. So basically I'm called Dr. Steph ESG Magic Money. If you want to do something good and you don't have budget, I'm the professor for the corporates through Reba's group. And it takes 1 to 7 years for somebody who goes through our training to get it actually implemented at a corporate level. And at the Community Foundation at Jackson Hole, it takes us 12 years, right?
Yeah, approximately.
So you have to plant the seeds, and then you plant the seeds with really amazing rock stars, and they're like, and so in the case of Antoinette with Eileen Fisher, we actually worked with the CDFI Bank. She'd gotten it activated to 2018, the pandemic hit. I get a call at 4:30 in the morning in the pandemic, and she said, I furloughed 700 people. We're gonna furlough 700 people. We wanna bring them back, but we were already struggling with bricks and mortar clothing before the pandemic. And she said, people are talking about giving away $50 donations to these people. And she's like, I find that insulting. She's like, what can we do? And I said, why are you calling me? Like, what are you hoping I can do for you? And we talked about it. And I said, can we survey them? Do exactly what we just did with you all. And we surveyed them and found out from the moment when you would get furloughed to unemployment, it was about a $6,000 gap. The federal government allowed you to repurpose a corporate foundation to benefit employees during the pandemic, during a time of crisis. So from survey to working with the CDFI bank called Spring Bank and another fintech software called Happy Mango, we rolled out an employee relief program that would do $6,000 loans unsecured to the workers, and they would only pay them back if they joined back. It would come out of their paycheck. And from start to finish, from design to implementation was 4 weeks. But the point is, once you build political will in a community foundation or a corporation, it can take days and weeks to do it, but it can take years to get to that moment. Just giving me assignments. Okay, so the good news is this one's gonna go fast. This next module is called an opportunity scan. You can use it for nonprofits and you can use it for profits and housing. You can use it for anything, and you've already done it. That's what we did. You're just asking, what do you need? And there's a formal tool that we developed on how to do this. And I think we're gonna be able to go through this pretty quickly. So this started with the Gilson Family Foundation. It's a brand new foundation, also brother, sister attorney. They're taking care of their aunt and uncle, and it's going to grow to about 65 million. No staff. They're kind of based in Massachusetts, but the brother works for Wells Fargo in Denver. And they came to an event, and we're going to talk about their journey. Nicole Bagley, who you met earlier with the RJ Reynolds Foundation, when we went to the Denver Business Journal, we did a Who's Who in Impact Investing, which is great because they advertised it to their people. Peter was on that mailing list, and he came to our fireside chat I did with Nicole. And he said, can we do our 10, we haven't even started our foundation, but we'd like to do 10-session training with you. So we did the 10-session training with him. They went to our Colorado Impact Days. They made their first direct investment. And then they said, can you come to Massachusetts? Can you bring all this goodness to Massachusetts? And we said, yes. And then we said, before we say yes, are you willing to give grants to community foundations so that they can develop their strategic plans for impact investing? And Gilson Family Foundation said, yes, we will give grants to community foundations. And that's what led us here today. And as we were going on this journey, I said, Peter, I have this intuition, because they're a brand new foundation. I think they only had 32 grantees, and they were really small little grantees. A sister likes to do like direct servicing stuff. And I said, Peter, I have this idea. I'm going to do a 1-hour webinar optional to your grantees and ask them 4 questions. We now have 5. He's like, he agreed. He's like, I'll let you ask 3 questions to them. I'm like, okay. And so we did an optional webinar, and I can't encourage this enough. Like, the minute you have resistance from a nonprofit or a housing developer or a for-profit, say, hey, do you mind just like watching how we do this? You don't want to bend anybody into doing a first thing. That's a misalignment issue. And so before, during, and after this webinar, we're like, this is not going to impact your grant funding. This is optional, only if you want to learn about it. And we said that before, during, and after, like 15 times. And we did a 1-hour webinar, which you're going to get. And we asked 5 questions now, but we only were allowed to do 3 then. The first one is, do you have any current or future loans that can be financed or refinanced? Do you have any assets, buildings, vehicles, technology that are due for an upgrade that can provide liquidity? Do you have a social enterprise idea? Can you sell a good or service? Do you have an intervention? And that's what your more complex ones are, that can save somebody else money, an anchor institution, but they aren't willing to take the risk. And then I believe your first one was, would you be interested in a recoverable grant to hire a fundraiser capital campaign? Guess if nonprofits only get a 1-hour webinar for every nonprofit, any guesses on how many investments we source typically now? 30 to 50. And if you let me like spend 10 minutes with each one of them, I get you 300 to 400. And so 14 grantees responded, 1-hour webinar, refinance a passenger van at a lower rate, scale an existing operation to build out like low-income dental clinics, upgraded greenhouse infrastructure to allow year-round farming, partner with the state labor and workforce division to train immigrants for a local job market, same stuff you have here. And so with the opportunity scan, we only had 32 grantees total, and only 40% of them responded, but they responded with 17 grantees. And then they gave the grant to Essex County Community Foundation. They hired us, they didn't have to, but they chose to hire us to do their strategic plan. And we did that also with them. And so for the Gilson Family Foundation, we ended up with 2 loans to refinance, 8 assets to upgrade, 7 social enterprise ideas. We surveyed 32 nonprofits. We received 14 responses, 44% nonprofit, our response rate. We had 1.2 investments for every survey response. And then we started the journey with Essex. And they're awesome. They're north of Boston. I didn't even know. Do you all know what I just learned what a Yankee definition is? Anyone know what a Yankee is? They told me, well, I was just there. We were just doing this for the whole community. We did 2 investor trainings publicly plus a social venture one. And they said a Yankee is holding on to their last dollar. So Essex County is the least philanthropic county in one of the least philanthropic states. And I was like, wow. And so when we did our strategic plan, and we will give all of this to you because we're a nonprofit, we like to start only with nonprofits as the starting place. We'll explain why in a minute. We did a scan for intermediaries, and those are regional, or local, regional, and national, and found 120 intermediaries. Your scan's going to be probably like 60. You have more capacity to support this geography than you think you do. And many of our regional national intermediaries will work with your existing intermediaries to expand capacity. If you're like, I need you to offer a character-based lending program, or I need you to do Kiva, or whatever you need to do. Then we did this case study of the peers, and then we did some donor work to see what's their demand for this. And so we did all 4 of these things. And Essex County had 30 loans to refinance, 57 assets to upgrade, 26 social enterprise, 15 page using. We sent this out to 380 nonprofits on a webinar during the pandemic with 2 weeks notice. Our response rate was 20% with 128 investments. Only to nonprofits, 1.7 investments for every nonprofit. We've done it for Rotary, 6, and we also just did our first one for a university. Like, can universities have investable investments? And so here's what I want to talk about of like, you can start your opportunity scan with nonprofits or housing, and for-profits, you can do it for everybody. But why would you think, what are the best reasons to start with nonprofits first? Any ideas?
You understand the need,
They understand their need
of the community.
of the community, like the most impactful, they're the most impactful voice, right? Like at some level. Yes, that's a good one.
As a funder, you may know them better.
Funder, you might know them better.
That's where dollars are flowing in.
Where it's actually your most precious dollars at a community foundation are going to the nonprofits, right? Like your most precious negative 100% money. Any other ideas?
Do they feel less threatening and competitive than other players in financing space?
Yes, yes, that is totally true. And there's also this, I don't know if you know this, but do you have any friends who are really smart, but they just don't like math or money? I'm sure. Like, I used to be one of them. And so what I love about the opportunity scan is I call that you have finance first people and impact first people, right? Like priceless, right? Love it. And to me, you have to find a way to get everybody on the same page. You want to minimize jargon. Like every time you introduce a new organization and all this financial language and tools, it's really complicated. And what I love about this is each one of you that's more finance first can go to your favorite impact first person and go, hey, are you a donor? Do you identify as a donor or investor? By the way, we're all donors and investors. Oh, I'm a donor. Oh, I leave the financing to my spouse. Cool. Tell me about nonprofits you love. I love A, B, and C. Why? Reason. What if there's a way just to tweak the support we gave them the next time? Would you be open to learning about that? That would have them be able to have them have more impact? And maybe even recycle some resources to help out nonprofit B. Would you be open to learning about that? Yes, I would be open to learning about that. So there's a way to teach this without using negative 100%, without you like the threatening piece of that. And that allows you as a board to come together and get on the same page. And oftentimes the finance first people are already like out the gate planning for like, oh, we could do this, or this, or this, or this. This allows you to ground yourself in the most important strategically entities that you're already supporting your nonprofits. And it allows you to get a basic understanding of the basic investment language and math, which is really important. So it's a great way to educate your investors, gives you a shared baseline, strategic alignment to invest in nonprofits first. The first 2 questions have already been due diligence. You're just refinancing debt that they already have, right? That's the easiest place to start with. And then you can expand your opportunity scan out for housing and for-profits, but it's just a really simple, nice, elegant way to start the conversation. And it's less painful than what I did for you. I mean, it's the fun part versus the hard part. Okay, so now we're gonna just go through some basic case studies here. And Erin, we will share this, these slides with us. Does everyone know what a giving circle is? Anyone part of one? Ever been a part of one? Somebody want to explain it?
We administer 2 of them.
Okay.
So we have one of them on group of men that get together at 2 times. weekly on Wednesdays. And they donate funds into like a shared bucket. And then there's members of them who speak up about potential grantee and just something they've influenced with or invested with or just related to, and have all talk about where they'd like to allocate those funds. And then at the end of the year, they grant out a profit incentive, support nonprofits that they learned about or that they are asking the community. So ways to kind of group funds together and grants out.
Builds community, super fun. We have a giving circle in Colorado. It's 50 to 75 donors, and they grant out money to international women and children throughout the world. So they travel the world, come back. I have not surveyed the wealth in that group, but it's a lot. Let's just say I'm guessing it's $2 to $3 billion. Like there's a lot of wealth, not everybody, but there are some. I would say of the 50, let's say 50 people, 30 of the 50 have a lot of means that can do this really well. And about 8 or 9 years ago, I was presenting to them and I did the math, and one of them was like, can you explain this without the math? And so this is, how do we explain this without the math? And I said, well, give me a second. I said, have you heard of this startup? It was a tech startup called Silvernest. And Silvernest was a women-led tech startup that would connect the aging population to housemates for additional income, companionship, and help around the house. You can think about it as like a AARP meets Match.com and Airbnb, right? And Wendy was raising money for this tech startup. By the way, a little survey question for you. What percentage of venture capital goes to women?
2%, if not.
Yeah, it made it over 2 during the pandemic and went back under 2 recently. Who starts more businesses, men or women? Women, a lot, like double. What percentage of venture capital goes to people of color?
So, yeah.
Less than 1. An immigrant is the most likely person to start a business. So you can see we have a little problem on our hands. Like the very people creating the jobs and a local economy are locked literally out of the capital stack. And so she was, at one point, Wendy said, I'm gonna hire a 29-year-old with a hoodie to go fundraise for me, a guy. Like she thought that would be easier. And so I said, she's raising $1.3 million in a seed round. Actually, I met a woman yesterday. She's doing a hard outdoor clothing company, and it's for women. It's shorts that go under your ski pants, so you're not cold on the chairlift. And she's also raising a seed round right now. She's raising $1.3 million for seed round. How many of you would invest $25,000? And I'll never forget. There were a couple donors in the room, and they were like, we're not investors, we're donors. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, and I'm in my head, I'm calculating the wealth in the room. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I said, well, can we pretend, just make believe for a minute, the Silvernest is a nonprofit, actually, because it's got a lot of impact opportunities. It's aging, intergenerational connectivity, affordable housing, health, climate, women-led economic development. In pretend land, if Silvernest were a nonprofit, how many of you would donate $25,000 to Silvernest? And a third of them raised their hands. And I said, okay, let's unpack this a minute. Let's talk about nonprofits and for-profits. We give nonprofits our highest risk negative 100% capital. And then we sit on their boards, we say, solve the biggest problems of humankind, but don't take big risks, don't fail, and you're not allowed to take on growth equity. And then in startups don't even have to make the world a better place. They don't have to be positive impact. And 8.5 out of 10 startups fail, giving you a negative 100% financial return. But the board is like, go big, swing for the fences, have high risk, high failure, high growth equity. And it occurred to me, I was like, can't we have the best of both of these worlds? Why do we have to constrain the nonprofits in this way? And like, can we have the best? And so I asked these donors, I said, how many individuals, foundations, family offices, corporations care about projects, nonprofits, small businesses, startups, funds, co-ops led by and benefiting women in Colorado? And they said 250. I'm like, let's start another giving circle. But instead of giving the money away, let's use it as a way to learn how to invest the money. And so that's what we did with the Women's Foundation of Colorado. And our pitch to Need Community Foundation to do impact investing giving circles is we're like, we think this is a way for you to attract and retain donors. It allows you to have greater impact. It allows you to map who are those people with resources that care about a topic and what the need is of the topic. The first 2 times we did this, and this is our large group training investor accelerator. We just completed a 3rd one. We had 34 and 37 participants with the Community Foundation and Women's Foundation of Colorado. The first 2 times we wanted to prove that there was a lot of need, and now we don't do it that way. We do a much more surgical, smaller, like, hey, we're looking for women of color, and social ventures in this way. But the first ones, we had 34 and 7 participants. The need was enormous, 117 and 110 social ventures, 82 million to 70 million. We've now up to 8 social ventures supported. When you would do that, because we have tech startups in Colorado, I don't know how the tech startup scene is here, but you would have all these women in the room like asking Q&A questions about like what they kept asking us, what do the investors want? What do they need? What are they asking for? We're like, oh, you're not hearing us. What do you need? We're like, pay yourself a living wage, thriving wage, pay your workers a thriving wage. Even if it's negative, that's okay. And they're like, yeah, but what do the investors need? They must have asked us that 3 times. And finally, when they registered that we were going to design this for them, they started crying. Because nobody ever asked something. And so we've used this in a way, the money's come back. This last one, we did a Native woman-led documentary for a Native film in Colorado. And she wanted a, not debt, but an equity investment. And we're like, what's a deeply equitable equity investment? And we came up with, she will pay us back 1.25x of our $50,000 after profit. So she gets to keep the money, build the film. If she's wildly successful, pay herself well, get the profit, and she only pays us back 1.25x after she achieves profit. So we just designed those for the community versus the investors. It's super interesting now. Most people don't realize the most impactful community foundation in the country is the Women's Foundation of Colorado, and there's smaller staff than almost everyone we work with. They're 34 million. They're on their 3rd impact investing giving circle, offer loans to their donor advised funds, do positive and negative screening. We have diverse managers on the endowment. And we co-built this together. I represented a donor advised fund from another foundation, and we moved it to the Women's Foundation of Colorado and created a Main Street character-based loan program that invested loans into 10 women businesses. And then we've done a lot of direct investments. And so now every single dollar of the Women's Foundation and Fund is either going to women or people of color across every single dollar. And they're small staff. So it proves that if they can do it, anyone can do it. What questions do you have?
So this goes to the opportunity scan. And, and maybe I'm getting ahead of.
I love getting ahead questions though.
But, I think about this community and I think about $47 billion in capital. And, we are all immersed in nonprofit part of the community. So you're speaking to the choir, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But I would venture to say that the majority of that $47 billion in capital are sectors for people who aren't yet connected, or a lot of them aren't connected to really what's going on in this community. So I look at all this and I would also assume that a good percentage of people who hold the capital, that this will resonate with them. Mm-hmm. How do you tap into that when you're doing an opportunity scheme and you're really trying, because that's where most of it is, or a good chunk.
What that would be a super interesting survey, right? That it'd be fun to work with philanthropic services to go like, what part of the people are year round versus not year round of that 47, if we could estimate those numbers, and we might be able to. And I think you might have more that lives here than you think you do. Like Colorado has 800,000 people with $1 million or more. And we have 56,000 people with 5 million. But to your point, like that question, and this is similar to impact, philanthropic services teams struggle with this in every ski resort and second home community also. And so I would socialize and teach this to the donor team and the out the office team, and I would do opportunity scans with the incoming folks for themselves. They tell me what you love. And it's not indifferent than what they're doing of like, tell me what you love from where you're moving in from another place. How do I connect with a local opportunity here? And one of our former CEO at the Community Foundation of Yampa Valley, which is Steamboat, he thought this is his words, we haven't tested it out since we did it. He said, my second homeowners are not interested in my small philanthropy Yampa Valley Foundation. But if I'm giving them a value add and teaching them a way to invest, I could do an impact investment giving circle where it's $20,000 to participate versus $2,000. And he's like, if we're providing them that value add, that could be a really interesting, something they can't get in New York City or and something else like that, a way to engage them. But in the same way, I'm guessing the donor team is like, hey, welcome to town. And I would also, the Fopples are friends of mine from another world, Julie and Matt Fopple. You know, Julie now has Realm, which is the 1%. I would train the ambassadors of those new people coming to town, which would be the high-end real estate agents, the professional service providers, the estate planners. Like I would be like, we're all doing this optional, training that we're going to give you, and we give continuing ed credits for the attorneys and the accountants, and I would say, hey, we want you to have a stronger relationship with our donor team, and we think this opportunity scan is a really interesting hook to value add that they'll be like, what are you doing? I want to learn more. So that's how I would go about that. And I acknowledge, having grown up in that community, a similar communities in Valley, it's nobody's cracked in that on that piece of it. But when I listen to how Julie does a 1% real estate transaction, she is already asking people, she's trying to be their trusted everything. Can I connect you to a community foundation? Can I connect you to nonprofits? Like a really good real estate broker at that level is actually already doing that for you. So I'd go find those folks as ambassadors and help train them. But it's a great question. And I wasn't even to get to that piece of it. You all are so advanced. We're going to go through this really, really quickly. There's governance and rules of the money. We're giving you so much today that Erin has us on what to do, and there's some really great questions. That's the rules of the money. And who makes decisions, how the money flows in. Erin's doing thinking on this. I mean, it would be a lot for today. So we're gonna punt that down the road. There's the donation part, the direct investing part, and then the public investment part. Really interesting thing on the public stuff. So we're really going to focus on the direct investing. And we've already talked about it here, how does a nonprofit or a for-profit benefit access to more capital and use it to attract more capital? And any tool you use in conventional financing, you can use for impact investing. And now we're just going to run through a couple case studies. The bad news is the first transaction in Colorado took me 3 years. The last 100 transactions took us 3 months. So the first couple are hard. This was the Museum of Contemporary Art, similar to our adjustable rate mortgage. They had an arm that was expiring. We were able to refinance it at 1% money. When you take money out of a grant bucket or a donor advised fund and do a 1% loan, what's the financial return to the donor? 101% return plus the tax deduction. And that 1% loan saved that museum $565,000 a year. It took us 3 years to convince them to do it. They only did it when the arm was going to expire. that's like real money. It's an unrestricted grant going to that nonprofit. I led historic building renovation downtown Denver from design to construction. We were short $6 million. The donor's mom had passed, and he was inheriting 18 million he was going to have to put into a donor advised fund. And he was going to write a $6 million check to cover the gap. And I said, would you give me 9.5 million instead of 6? And he's like, what do you mean? And I said, I was talking to my friend, he's on the board of the Denver Foundation, Linda, and we, just for fun over drinks, we made a list of 43 policy changes we'd like to see changed at the Denver Foundation. And I said, I vote that we go dangle your $18 million donor advised fund to 5 of our community foundations. We have like 40 in Colorado, and see who wants it. And the Denver Foundation said yes. And I just had drinks with our VP of Philanthropic Services, Sarah, she retired a couple of years ago, and she and her executive director, CEO, made 23 policy changes at the Denver Foundation in 2 weeks, including allowing us to do a 1% loan, 101% return from our donor advised fund that saved the nonprofit $6 million over 10 years. This was a complex transaction in that we had a loan, tax exempt financing. We paid off that loan with our mortgage, added it to our shortfall of the building renovation, which got us up to 9.5 million. It allowed us to get out of our public bond financing and do a private public partnership for historic tax credit. So we saved $4.5 million just in interest. And the other 1.5 million came from doing a historic building tax credit. So real money, 101% return, save a nonprofit $6 million. Increasingly, nonprofits are like, how do I sell a good or service? Habitat's a great example that is going to make money. This is Art Restart, and it's a social enterprise from our daytime drop-in shelter called The Gathering Place in downtown Denver, the only shelter that serves women, transgender, and children. And they noticed they had a lot of artists, and they said, what if we have the people who are unhoused make art and we go sell it? We'll split it with the people. And they needed a loan to get this program up and going. The Dakota Foundation did a $75,000 loan, just talked to them, they got paid back. And Tracy, who created the program, you would think like when we got paid $1,000 for a set of cards from a corporation, that the $500 we were sharing, paying the person who was unhoused, you'd think that the fact that they had the money for food, shelter, and clothing was why they were so excited, but it was an identity issue. Somebody considered them an artist. This next one is your complex ones. And this is the holy grail, and I recommend starting with the training wheel ones. Increasingly, this was a housing project we did in Colorado, and I'm happy, and we'll stop here, and I have one more after this case study, but we'll talk about this one for a minute. This was 10 years ago when this program started, and the advocates for housing said, City of Denver, build housing. For permanent supportive housing, we have too many people unhoused. And the City of Denver, and at that point, the city was paying $50,000 to support somebody being unhoused. And it was $13,500 to build permanent supportive housing, a unit. And the city said, what if we build it and nobody uses it? We'll have egg on our face. We can't take that risk. And so we said, what if the private investors put up the money to build the housing and you only reimburse on success every time somebody stays in housing for a year? And these are pre-pandemic numbers. I haven't gotten the updated numbers, but it worked. We got 7 major investors to put out $8.6 million to build permanent supportive housing. And pre-pandemic, we had 330 people that stayed in housing for a year. This is for some of your slow food one, we can talk about how you would structure those. Those are pay-as-you-save opportunities. The other terms you'll hear is performance-based contracting. You'll hear social impact bond, which are not technically bonds, but these are the complex structures that you have to do. And it's a huge opportunity for looking for waste in the system or inefficiencies in the system. And you get private investors to step up to do the solution, you need that three-way contract in place. So when savings occurs to multiple anchor institutions, that they reimburse on the savings. Thoughts on that one? Everyone cried.
So it's interesting there, as you say, it just reduces that barrier for government.
When you said the trail one, I was like,
Because
the trail one.
it's not money on the front end for them, so it's low risk.
Yeah, I think there might be a way to do the trails, the Grand Teton National Park Foundation pathway system on this way.
They don't have to carve it out of the budget, they're just paying the savings down the road.
Or pay for success after it's already done.
Yeah.
So what if the question was, hey, would you rather have a negative 100% investment, negative 50 or 0%? And if you think about it that way, I, as a donor, am willing to do a $50,000 donation to this nonprofit, but I could offer 50,000 at negative 100%, 100,000 at negative 50%, or 250 at negative 20. It's essentially pairing a recoverable grant with this. I should also add Gilson Family. We're a small nonprofit. We range $600,000 to $700,000 in our annual operating budget. I'm on my 4th or 5th impact investment. And when Gilson Family Foundation gives us our $150,000 unsecured line of credit at 3% over 5 years, he doesn't ask me how I'm gonna pay it back. He just knows. I usually like, Steph, you got 50 ways to pay it back. One of them's gonna work. And that's not true for everybody. Some people are like, hey, how are you gonna pay this one back? But that's really the dream of, like, imagine those things would be possible. And the reason why, going the wrong way, is because this allows the nonprofits to behave in a positive way, more like the startups. Because how it works right now, how it worked with my nonprofit is I got like a $10,000 grant, and that allowed me to hire a development coordinator for like 2 hours a month. Where if you would have said, would you rather have 100,000 at negative 50? I could have hired a development manager full time. But what we're doing right now is I want to hire a director of development. And that would have allowed me, if you look at that way, if I could hire the right sized person for the right size impact, it allows me to just scale that much more quickly, especially if I'm hiring a revenue generation person, which means I can help that many more families. And recycle that much more money and have more impact. And that is like the possibility of, we all are hanging out right down here in this lower line. And if you think about the full spectrum way, you can actually allow the nonprofits that want to participate, again, like try not to bend any nonprofit that isn't ready for this, have them see the others that are successful, like only work with the ones that are like, yeah, this would be cool to try this. Ian, who just went from Utah Community Foundation to Walton Family Foundation River Team. He's on our Community Foundation webinar series talking about, and on the podcast about, with the nonprofits that are nervous about taking on debt, he frames it all as recoverable grants. You're like, just take the money, do your best to pay back as much of it as you can. Just try it, like you can do it. So he's very like easygoing and lax about that. He's like, just like start building that muscle. And if you pay back any of it, we'll recycle it for you or another one. So he takes a very laissez-faire approach just to allow them to develop their muscle, get safe, because the board's been trained not to take on debt, right? So that is a piece of that piece of it. We have just a little bit more.
We take a quick.
We can take a long-term break on this one.
I would highlight that point because I do think about some of our smaller organizations here who would truly benefit from an approach like this, yet I'm not sure they're ready to say, I'll take on debt, or their boards, saying, I need to be risk averse and take the safe $50,000 where there are no strings attached, no obligations, no commitment. because that's what I'm comfortable doing versus I really could use 250, but I can't see how to get from A to B. So I think for us, as we think about it as a group, I think there will be some educational hurdles or just preparedness or appetite for moving forward. And some will be there and some will just take a little longer.
And some of it's right sizing it.
Yeah.
So like Janice from Kenneth King Foundation took her board down, was looking at doing $100,000 loan to Naughty Tie immigrant clothing, green clothing. And her board's due diligence started to look like this. They were just making it more and more and more. And then she said, would we give a grant to Naughty Tie? And everyone was like, yeah. And she's like, then our due diligence for them is going to be this, right? Something, we lose our minds. And it happened on the Denver Foundation. I served 2 terms. Like, it's like, oh wait, we give a bigger grant to them than we're talking about a loan. And we're going to require this much money for due diligence for the grant. And now we're going to ask this much due diligence for the loan. I'm like,
You're actually talking about the other side of the
I'm
equation.
talking about the
I was thinking the same thought, which is
on the
when you went to 250, because we'd love to hire a director of development.
Yeah.
But I think if the board today said, we're taking on a $200,000 loan to do this, like, here's what.
well, and this is where we're coming on the same piece. Guess what? A 0% loan and a recoverable grant are the exact same transaction. But they have very different feelings to a board. They have very different feelings when success happens.
On both sides.
On both sides, right? Somebody defaults 5%, that feels like I lost something, unless you've been socialized for full spectrum capital. And you're like, no, that's a 95% return. A recoverable grant is a 95% victory. Same exact transaction.
Is the other side of this, I'm looking at one of those Slow Foods talks about, we like having it down. And a lot of nonprofits think like that's the holy grail to, create this endowment that'll save us in perpetuity. But really, part of the challenge of rethinking this is to sort of pull away from this thought about the endowment's going to be saving our lives. It's more using these financing tools to leverage the organization into the next stage.
It's really active
Yeah,
and far less passive.
all right.
And it's, yeah.
We also think that if you're thinking really holistically, the end goal may be the endowment, but if you can reduce their interest cost to a certain amount of savings, you can say, plow that back into self-build your endowment. Like, we'll provide you with, a different tool that allows you to cash flow plan and manage and save in a different way that maybe ultimately does allow them to build an operating endowment or a rainy day reserve fund or whatever, like, but the cash is fungible. But if you're finding savings, they can then figure out how are we using that savings to greatest effect, whether that's long-term sustainability or immediate impact.
And balance out with their fiduciary obligations, so that kind of.
Yeah.
And if they don't pull from their endowment, they just compound it.
Right.
And if you think about it, we don't actually expect or ask nonprofits to actually solve the problem, right? Like, we don't give them the resources to actually solve the problem at scale and the impact. And so not many of us are like, well, when I succeed with my mission, I'm going to be out of business, right? Like, and this is just holistically saying like, hey, we're all in this together. How much money to solve your problem? Is there a way we can have a system solution to solve that problem? And then you get out of my nonprofit needs to survive and have an endowment to pay for my folks. It's like you're holistically looking at the resources.
And I may be jumping ahead too, we may get in there later, but I think for us as a advisory group, one of the challenges we're gonna have to think through once we identify a wide variety of opportunities is how do we prioritize our use of, at least initially, a limited pool of dollars, whether that's grants or loans to invest in, as we think about the potential benefits of nonprofit. How do we say what's most important to our community, to us as a foundation or investment group? Because we could say, great, all of these are viable, but how do we pick and choose? This is what we have to do wrong.
Well, I was wondering, one of the things I wrote down with that, how do we structure a opportunity survey of the community? And so we've got what do we have, 250-ish, clients, I guess. We can I suppose, structure something to get some feedback from all those. And prioritize. I'm sure there's.
Yeah, it's your work, their sport, yeah.
Rethink
Yeah.
on the part of the 250 for answering these questions. I mean, massive.
And the community foundation's also done some work thinking about what our priorities are from a community standpoint. So I don't think we'll be starting from square one.
Yeah.
Right? We already know behavioral health, housing, education of places that we're focusing. So I think we've got some.
Well, and how we think about grants should inform how we think. I mean, keeping
Right.
this is simply an alternative form of funding.
Yeah.
Effectively, like
Exactly.
we already have how we prioritize it, yeah.
Yeah.
And let me-
Implications to our whole grant.
Yeah.
Mentality.
Yeah.
One question for you, Tab. There's one or two nonprofits that allow you to do bespoke investing through your donor advised funds. So they're outsourced solutions where the donor is like, I care about X, which might not be in your 3 priority buckets. That'll be a question for you of like, are you gonna offer that? And I say that because I think that is like the golden key for philanthropic services, right? What do you care about?
Yeah.
Oh, that's number 48 on our priority at the Community Foundation. But if you activate them and provide that
Right.
ability to do that thing, that's more on donor, long-term donor-driven stewardship
One
in a
question I
way
have
from that
there
piece
is,
of it.
it sort of feels a little bit like if you're gonna be successful at this, and this I took away from one of the early, that session that you did the other day, that everybody sort of said, well, we sort of have to start somewhere. Because otherwise, there are all these things that we can ultimately
Yes.
do. And if we try to activate a lot at one time, we
Mhm.
will fail. And so don't be afraid to start small.
Yeah.
And understand that even when you start small, you're probably there's gonna be a little bit of failure, however you define failure in it, learn from that and then spool up. And so like, even when I hear about the DEF thing, I'm like, that's great, but it's sort of Pandora's box a little bit, because then, okay, so how do you manage that, right? And I start worrying about, because I'm thinking about you, staff capacity, like
For sure.
however we design the scan. So it goes all the way to the designing of the scan. Who are we gonna talk to? What is the box that we're at least gonna be doing impact investing 1.0 going to look like?
Yep.
And how are we going to operationalize that to make it successful at the front end? So that then in, call it 2.0, 3.0, 4.0.
Absolutely.
Like we can ultimately have a track record where people are like, yeah, we want to do more of this with the community foundation because they know how to do this and they can help me get there.
We have a proposed starter kit and a couple slides for you.
Okay.
You're
And
welcome.
the implementation will give you real-time capacity to assess
Exactly.
what your needs.
It'll give you the feedback.
What,
Yeah.
how many people, what's the workload look like?
And-
It's theoretical, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, no.
it is.
And some of the outsourced solutions are actually not that heavy of a lift for you.
Yeah.
They're scary because you're like letting go of some control there a little bit of that piece of it, but the cool part about that is they're actually like pretty turnkey things you can do that allow you to have some early wins.
And I think
That are not-
that'll be helpful for us too, because a lot of the examples and even listening to the different webinars, a lot of them are what I would call very bespoke deals
Mhm.
versus, which are the ones that you can sort of start off that you can better, like refi debt program.
Yeah.
Right,
So-
pretty straightforward, you go to CDFI, they know how to do that, and you can do something at a level of scale that is more out of the box
Mhm.
to start versus, I think of like that last one that you talked about, which was very bespoke and very interesting. And you need people around the table that
Yep.
can really understand it, connect all the dots. It could take 6 months or more to figure that investment out. There's sort of ends of the spectrum.
They are. I would say the other four, you can do at a system scale. And I want to honor the fact that we should take a 10-minute break.
We also.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly.
$1,000 grant.
I just put it up because I thought the same thing. So it's like, so I didn't have-
And recognizing the board.
But I did.
I didn't feel like we really did that. I don't know. I agree with
Yeah.
But if we're administering that.
Email action. Originally something make the last.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right. So if
Yeah,
we're
we could call it different.
But you gotta stay on pole. Do we solve for that by rather than saying 50,000?
And there's some.
It's $100,000.
And they kept.
That's insurance.
So it's.
Yeah. You know what, it's your loan loss reserve.
Yeah.
And you're basically creating a loan loss reserve. And maybe what you, yeah, and maybe it doesn't have to be 100, right? Maybe it's, yeah, we're gonna call it 50 and I don't know, 200 tolerable. But what we're really structuring is background, yeah, 75 in the grant and 175 because we think we want to make sure that it's full 200, it's close enough that we can still show it as a positive return on the other side.
Right, that's what I was kind of getting a little caught in line.
Yeah.
The messaging. Sure.
I do think though, even at a like a micro level, like if I were an FLT, I said, hey. Scott, instead of. Yeah, instead of asking discounts, ask for 250, but we'll pay you 200,000. It's a different conversation. I was, like, when she did the math, I'm like.
My advisor.
Maybe instead of giving her 50, I know, I get somebody else together, we get this, we're each gonna get 200 back, and we each get granted 25. Right, and then all of a sudden, and by the way, they threw them dead 90 back. Right. But you're like, yeah, we're probably only giving them. Yeah. Yeah, once they're getting nothing. Yeah, when you're used to getting nothing back. Yeah, no, I understand.
Also, you said
Yeah. Yeah.
On slides, you're like, I'm trying to do this stuff.
It's a lot of like. That's
a lot of
And you're like, okay.
Yeah. On your.
But like, you wanna make sure you get back to that. So setting this way, I'm not gonna go through all of this.
Yeah.
Like, I was about back to this, hey, here's a box, you can get your head around.
Yeah.
Also, the worst thing to do in the future, this is successful.
Right.
But don't find that covered yet, it's just a process here.
I think.
And I also think there's probably.
My wife done it.
It may be an
Here, yeah.
And there's one thing that I don't think she's coming yet. I don't know if you saw it, it was in one of the webinars and I didn't print it out. But it's pie charts. And it's after a pie chart. Where it goes this and down, and
Yeah.
this is how much we're giving. We're just doing the grants. You split your percentage is off. the grants, so that it's actually counts the endowment grows more. And the impact is increased by this match where you're going to file, that's. Like, cause that's the chaos. That's where you go. So I would take the, here's the spectrum. We get there's a spectrum. And then, by the way, carve off a piece of the endowment to do like That's part of it. If you look at the entire pie, it actually becomes a bigger pie. Those things, I was like, yeah, again, I'm a finance. But I also.
Really control all the bodies are very.
Let's eating our children. This mechanic. You just wear it. Combination of this. Helps you understand you're not cannibalizing. Leveraging it.
Yeah, maybe the slide in between. The ones that those-
Yes, yeah, that was really nice. I too, yeah.
I'll fly out to the reality. Capital is split. You get that access back to the- Right, like that's really what's gonna cannibalize, yeah. Right. It's not.
Oh, yeah, more complicated.
Yes.
Yeah, good stuff for you.
I don't know.
I got a great everything.
I literally don't have. Options. What I could be investing to create a return. I don't know. It's like, you know, people are like, hey, I gotta say that's.
Be like, I'm sure you do.
Sure you do. Is that good? Is that lost? Or you can create, and that's what I love for the market. So if you rate that marketplace, I also.
Yeah.
They just. You can take every one of those $50,000 grants and make that $200,000 opportunity on top of it to create some sort of return on the other side that people will go, oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, what, like, you're gonna take 4%.
Yeah.
Stock market or 4%.
You're a fixed income. Yeah. All right, yeah. And I have no idea where to get that information.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I was just getting, oh, you were getting more bagel? I was getting more bagel. Yeah, they were. Oh. Well, lunch.
They.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
6 or 7 offices. 6.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Someone. A lot of concern.
How was it the second time around? Well,
Good. Yeah, still super insightful. It's fun to see other people's synapses firing.
Because I have such a strong reading that I could be on the model of that. Graduating. And it's.
So I started, I was in litigation.
Yeah.
Governance was, which say, or you? So I'm Lori, and I'm the investment committee on the show. So congrats, I'm asleep. But I'm super excited. Okay. I was thinking, I was more like. I was more around some other situation. So, but I get to, you know, I get to interact. It's pretty hands-on. Good stuff. Yeah, obviously things have been really hard for you. Yes. Decades when you were just. Yes. And I'll tell you. We're turning the first people. Exciting. Yes, yeah, the market's wrong about
Today, tomorrow.
Right here. So I can probably bring it out.
Every day.
Yeah.
And so how do you?
We're like, what?
Sufficient way.
Yeah, right.
It's so much.
Like the fiduciary responsibility, I think we have to guarantee access.
That's the part of the study.
Yeah, so we think we can get.
We offer that.
We're so premature here. Oh, we'll figure out. Work on it. And we'll say we're doing even kind of. Short and nonprofit. Interesting model, good stuff. Yes.
We spent a lot of time.
Lots of exciting stuff. It is fun to this good.
Are you working?
How do they do this? Maryland, right?
It's all online. It's all remote.
Oh, right.
So nobody has to sit at the front anymore.
So that took a lot longer.
Way longer. Well,
Like decades.
because the printers, like, it was their economic model.
Yeah, Donnelly.
Donnelly, Bound and all those guys.
Yep.
That was, those were great people to short. You could see that coming a mile away.
You know, you're swimming upstream forever. Totally. But as a junior banker, you're always the best source of like free anything.
Right, yeah.
You want to go to a game,
So
you want to go to the Masters, you want to go to like all down. Donnelly. It was the single least differentiated business.
It's printers.
Yeah.
You're printing. Like, there wasn't that much differentiation 500 years ago.
Right. And there are 4 people that do it. I don't know.
Do you get back to Sun Valley often?
I do. Yeah, I still have a house in Haley. Yeah, I just went back for my high school reunion. I'm way more fun now than I was in high school, I should say, for the record. Because we had a lot of fun. Okay, we have 30 minutes left. Do y'all feel okay eating and thinking at the same time? I'm gonna show you what's possible now a little bit, and then we're gonna talk about some easy buttons and some dreams at the same point. And back in 2015, Harvard and Kresge Foundation came out to Denver, Colorado. They were invited out to do a workshop called Capital Absorption. It's a wonky term in philanthropy that says, can your nonprofits and housing absorb capital? Yes or no? And they came in and said, no, you're not ready to absorb capital. And I'm a deal junkie, and I was like, and they're friends of mine. I was like, David, you're wrong. And so I called 34 people together, and it was really important that 37 people, 34 showed up, and they were like 25% nonprofits, 25% for-profits, 25% philanthropists, 25% investors. And I was like, this just happened. Do we have shovel-ready transactions? I don't like that term, but that's what I'll use. And everyone's like, totally. I'm like, well, how do we go find them? So one step is proving that you have need, but you already proved this morning. You're like, your need is so big. You're talking about like, wait, what do we do thoughtfully to have expectations and all of those things? But back then, I wanted to prove that, one, are there shovel-ready investments at scale in a state? That was my first question. The second question was, could we activate new investors? Nobody had ever really tried to do that. People try to set up marketplaces, but nobody's like, hey, Techstars offers an accelerator for startups where they identify, educate, and invest in an entrepreneur. Where essentially, we've created an investor startup or accelerator. We identify you, educate you, and activate you. Like it's a boot camp. It's a learning program. And the question is, could you actually identify, educate, and activate investors at scale? And I just, as a working group, you're the steward to two things. Yes, you're trying to get money flow, but the most important thing you're going to do is activate new investors. Activate new investors is like your primary charge is like, how do you identify, educate, and activate new investors? And it's easy to get focused on the deals, but it's that piece is where you'll get major flow of capital is if you activate more investors. So we're going to just walk through a little bit of a story. It's really an old Bill's, and this group stood around the table, and this was when Karen and I met a long time ago, and they, on the second or third meeting, they're like, let's have an audacious goal to catalyze $100 million. That would be like you all doing it right today. So there's different ways to do it. Do you go small? Do you go big? I was fine. I'm a shoot for the stars, land in the moon kind of person, shoot for the moon, land in the stars kind of person. But I thought we'd get to 20 million. I thought maybe we'd get to 40 million, but I did not think we'd get to 100 million. This was my Peace Corps. I cared for my parents. I used to drive through Jackson. My mom had pancreatic cancer and my dad, they both passed in their 50s. And so I cared for them in my 20s. And this was my Peace Corps I didn't get to do in my 20s because I was caring for my parents. And I'm like, I'm just going to like lose my mind and be wild. And so we did 200 education events over 3.5 years. The reason we have education modules to give you is none of these existed at the beginning. Right? Like an estate planning group needs a slightly different presentation than a Rotary group, then a chamber, then a nonprofit association. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, we have like 200 education modules. I'm happy to report we sourced 660 investments in 3 years. Check one. The second thing, which I said is, and nobody is like, oh, when I grow up, I want to educate investors. It's the hardest, lamest job. It is the most important job. But we identified, educated, and activated 155 new investors. When I say activate, if you remember me saying that, that means it's not that they wrote one check, it's that they're like going on their journey. Like it's a new sport for them and they are big. And so it's hard to track once capital starts flowing in the community, like who made the investment, for how much, where to go, what's the impact, especially if it's not flowing all through you. But we started saying, you know, the data we can go to the capital stewards, the impact investors, and just give them a simple table and say, can you tell us the number of investments you made for how much on the year you made? You don't even have to tell us to whom. Like that just is an indicator of flow. And sometimes we have people do shareholder activism or evaluate their investment advisor. Those are action steps too, but this is just direct investing as an example. And so we did the cumulative number of steps, investments, direct investments the Gilson Family Foundation made. So pre-2015, they weren't doing direct investing. Now they are. You can see they're activated. We have to get the new data. They've done 5 to 6 more. And then we did that with Kenneth King Foundation. This is data we can get from folks. It's not invasive, takes 30, 40 minutes to get this data. You do this times 155 in your community, you start to get flow. And then magic starts happening. And our hypothesis is more money would move farmers market style than CSA box style. Who wants, raise your hand if you've ever had a CSA box. Raise your hand if you no longer have a CSA box. Why don't you have a CSA box?
You just don't like yams that much?
Too many yams. What else?
There's a year-round good produce here.
Not year round.
Pick up.
Pick up. I travel all the time. I mean, I can't even imagine. In Colorado, we had tried to raise 2 impact funds. We had tried to aggregate the capital and it has a CSA box effect. Like once you create the rules around the money and you start trying to get the money into it, it's like, oh, I would do that, but I don't do housing in that one neighborhood. Oh, I would do that, but I'm only, I can only do it for a 3.5% return, not a 3.25% return. Like people will come up with 99 reasons to opt out of funds. And if you think about it, and so my hypothesis, it took us, we had a fresh food financing fund and a transit-oriented development fund. And my former MBA student, Brad, ran the transit-oriented development fund. It took us 7 years to raise $28 million. And by the time we raised the funds for these 2 things, the conditions on the ground had changed. So it took us forever to raise it, took a lot of money to raise it, then we couldn't get it out. And so my hypothesis is that we're more farmers market people. Like we want to buy from the farmer, but you know, it's easier to buy from the farmer's market. Now, so we're going to go back. If you've heard us talking about Nicole Bagley right here, you can't really see her in this picture. She's, I'll point her out. This is Nicole Bagley talking to Praful Shah right here. Now, if you remember her customer journey she's been a philanthropist her whole life. She's on Free Family Foundation. She's an individual donor. She has a trust. And guess what happens when a brand new impact investor gets educated and they walk to the farmer's market? There's a saying, I used to be an economist, of stated preferences and revealed preferences. So I live a block and a half from the best farmer's market in Denver, and I make a list every time I go to the farmer's market. I don't think I've ever only purchased what's on my list. Does anyone else only purchase what's on their list? The last time I was in a meeting in Essex County or at the Community Foundation there last week, and we had like 10 people, like I only buy what's on my list. So what happened is Nicole gets activated, right? She's been through the education, she gets activated. And we set this up. And you have to remember, my goal at the beginning was to prove that there were shovel-ready deals. That's not my goal now. My goal is to educate more investors and get flow more efficiently. But that was my first goal. And so now when I think about curating this farmer's market, I think about it as a nice farm-to-table restaurant. You want 2 things on there that somebody's going to be like, I want that and that. You don't need 60, you don't need 100. You need 2 things that you need, a big thing and a small thing, and a high risk thing and a low risk thing, and you want a buffet, because this to me was about activating Nicole. So she walked through there, and Praful's an angel investor, and they both are like, oh my God, I didn't even know you could do this and this and this and this, and they were just like pinging off like ping pongs. Praful's, now when an investor gets activated, there's 3 pathways for them to take. One is Praful, and he's an angel investor. He's invested over 110 companies. He is happy to go chase down those K1s. He's in the Every Angel Investor Club, Rockies Venture Club, and Investor Circle, all of them. He's like, I'm a DIY investor forever. First in, happy to connect you. You should have him come up and speak. He'll help get more angel investing capital. Nicole did her first 5, and she's like, whoa, I gotta like chase down all the coupons now. Oh, does somebody have an easy button? I want an easy button to do a basket of that. We'll talk about what the easy button that we're developing on that piece of it is. And there's a third pathway that Ken Sunoda is doing where he's got 14 friends from college and they are, they're pooling money, self-directed IRA, money into an LLC, and they're investing together. So there's kind of 3 pathways in that space for people to go do that. As we said, we had a goal to catalyze 100 million. We stopped counting at 339 million. The first 100 investors are really expensive. They might cost you $5,000 a piece to identify, educate, and activate. But the second 100 investors are hopefully $4,000 for the second 100. Like the marginal cost of when flow happens. Like some of our investors are now have consulting practices to teach other investors. Right, that's what's like the band, building the band. 270 investments. So where do you start? One is, I have one foundation right now that is like trying to get it perfect, and you don't have to get it perfect, you just have to start somewhere. So for you all in your working group, maybe pick a subset of organizations that are non-controversial. That no one's gonna flinch and say, we're just doing this radical experiment. We just need to understand, is there a need? Which is what you've already done, but formally do it. Do a 1-hour webinar, do the 5 questions. Somebody wants to teach the webinar, I'm happy to teach them to teach the webinar, we can do it together. Do the 5 questions, do it formally, do the 5 question survey and get a scan. Like officially get the numbers in and do those scans. Like start there. From there, then you reverse engineer your intermediary infrastructure. You're like, oh, look, we got 3 of those and 4 of those and 2 of those. What are the intermediaries that can service those 2, those 4, those 3? So you build the intermediary, call it revolving loan fund structure based on what those first pilot transactions are going to do. And you'll have some governance questions of like, do you want to do it in-house? Do you want to do it out-of-house? Are there existing intermediaries that can do it? They just need money. So that's our suggestion for you, like the starter place of that. The work we're doing with Department of Interior is the reason we have gone to Agriculture and Interior and said, the reason that there exists angel investor groups is because the Department of Commerce has been giving grants to educate angel investors and to grow angel investor communities and funds. The reason we don't have Main Street investor communities is because the other agencies are not giving grants to grow investors for housing businesses and nonprofits. If you want private match for public dollars, you need 2 missing functions. You need to borrow from the EDA Build to Scale program, and you need to create a Main Street Build to Scale capital challenge. And we're piloting 4 places. You could be the 3, you could be the 4th, Duluth, Superior, Anchorage, Merced, Yosemite. We were looking where there was an intersection of Indian country, parks, national parks, and forests. And we're just starting our relationship on this piece of it. And so we're thinking we can move $1 billion in these 3 communities within 5 years. And the first function is Investor Accelerator. That's your education of new investors. The second one is capital aggregation. What do you mean by capital aggregation? Investment on Main Street is designed for the asset class. It's not designed for the consumer. Like when you go and buy something on Amazon, it's designed for you as a consumer. UX, UI interface. What we're working and we're helping incubate this and spin it off because we don't manage any money. It's this concept of a capital aggregator, and we call it Main Street 2.0 in a box. And it would be a white labeled self-directed IRA, 401k for any community of interest, place, or identity. A CD, which is called a community note, a private guarantee program, and then you also need to have funder roundtables for topic areas that you have. Funders for behavioral health, funders for housing. And so, and these two entities already exist in Colorado. Nobody knows about them. The investment cooperative is called Kachua Investment Cooperative. It's been put together by a local hero named Blake Jones, and he wanted to create a self-directed Main Street 401k IRA that mimics S&P 500, but instead of going into Coke and Pepsi, it's 60% real assets and 40% businesses. And then these two things are how we're funding the housing gap. A community note and a private guarantee program. We'll start with the private guarantee program. Does anyone know what a private guarantee is? Ever heard of one? Anyone ever co-signed for the child's house? Raise your hand.
Yeah.
That's a private guarantee. This teeny little nonprofit, the CFO out of, she just left a year ago. Her name is Wendy Turman. She's on our team. Worked for a group called MCE Social Capital. They aggregated capital via a note and guarantee for microfinance institutions that support women and girls globally. They target people with 5 million or more. And they said, will you donate a $1 million guarantee to our nonprofit? You have to give us 18 months notice to pull it, but it's an evergreen guarantee. People stay in it 9 years on average, and they share losses. So let's say they have $146 million of $1 million guarantees. They go to the bank, they borrow $75 million at 3.5% interest. They lend that money out to microfinance institutions globally. Let's say they default $146,000. They go back to each guarantor and go, will you do a $1,000 donation to our nonprofit this year? And you have to give us 18 months notice before you pull your guarantee. The guarantees can also be used for CDFIs as equity on the balance sheets, like deposits. We are using the private guarantees to close the housing gap for this $22 million project, housing gap in Dillon, the Dillon Ranger District at the White River National Forest. You just need 5 $1 million guarantees every year for 10 years to close a $22 million housing gap. It reduces the interest rate that much. The private guarantees are your path to freedom. You can create revolving loan funds out of them. You can buy down interest rates. You can put them on balance sheets. They're like the little Harry Potter magic sorcerer's stone. The community note looks and feels like a CD. It's a 2 to 4% return on the community note. And so they'll often get people to do a $5 million of guarantees, a $5 million community note. They get a modest interest rate. The modest interest rate covers the losses of the guarantee. And so what we're pitching Kachua to do is basically combine MC Social Capital and Kachua into one entity and have Department of Interior give grants to grow more investors and create a white labeled solution. So once this back office was created, any community foundation, any anchor institution could say, we want to create that turnkey self-directed IRA money, CD money, private guarantee money, and fund roundtables in a community. In the meantime, I'll stop there. That's the holy grail. That's like the future where we're trying to get to. And this is because this is what Nicole wants. She wants this in one entity. She wants to write a check that goes, some of it to 5 to 8% equity, some of it 2 to 4% debt, and private guarantee. I forgot to say, the most important thing about the private guarantee, the thing I don't like about it is people don't know about it. The thing I love about it is you don't have to sell anything on your balance sheet to sign it. Like you do have to sell something to do the note, but you don't have to sell anything. You just have to sign a piece of paper that takes a couple hours to sign. And imagine if the government came in or community foundations and they covered the losses, people would actually stay in the guarantee program for even longer.
So where does the tax write-off stop? Because like you get a tax write-off for your donation, the guarantee, there's no money exchange.
There's no money exchange.
But with the investment cooperative, it seems like that's just a different.
It's just a local
Investment.
instrument. Yep,
So
there's
there's no
very little
tax
philanthropy
write-off
in this at all.
Mhm.
We're banking on the idea that if you can You had hundred and 46 people with $1 million guarantee, $146 million of guarantees for women and children globally for microfinance. You could probably aggregate 500 in a place like Jackson and 5,000 in a place like Colorado for housing and businesses and nonprofits. And you could give a return on guarantees if you wanted to, but they've proven that you can aggregate guarantees without a return.
I would think if you're sharing losses, you would get a deduction at the time you cover the loss. Yeah, when you make the donation, you get the tax deduction, but the guarantee in itself is not tax deductible.
It's capital loss. In some way, shape, or form.
But from the IRS's perspective, until that cash is actually out the door, there's no deduction, so guarantee is not deductible.
There are some efforts and models where they're like, let's pay people for guarantees, and you can, I'm not saying you can't, but I'm saying if a no-name little nonprofit can aggregate $146 million evergreen guarantees for microfinance for women and girls,
Yeah.
then you can aggregate micro guarantees for housing businesses and nonprofits way easier than, that's a way heavier lift for them than it is for you.
And I would imagine you could expectation manage and say, if and when there are losses, you cover those through tax deductible donations, so the net cost of covering the loss is actually tax effective.
And you could even bring in philanthropic capital nationally to do it. We could go to the MacArthur Foundation and say, we want to pilot this. Will you cover the first 10% of losses if we do this?
So to just check my understanding, these are 4 offerings.
3 financial products and 1 function. Like a funder roundtable is just donor tables. Like you all having dinners, like come learn how to donate to housing, come learn how to donate to behavioral health. Like the 4th isn't a financial product, but the other 3 are financial products. And we're suggesting one entity has 2 of them under one entity and another entity has 1 of them. And we're like, magic happens if you put 3 financial products and that funder roundtable under the same entity.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was realizing, that we don't do all this right now as a community foundation, right?
You're right. But this infrastructure is going to be set up pretty quickly to make it available for you to do. And you could do the funder roundtables and the guarantee tomorrow.
We do have a funder roundtable, so
Check 1.
yeah, it's the stuff on the left.
Yeah, but this is a very doable, easily turnkey setup. And we're going to talk about that in just a second, but I'm just like, this is where until this is created, you're going to have friction, right? Because you're going to be asking people to do this fund and this intermediary and this thing, and you're going to end up where Nicole was of like, I love this. This is my heart and soul, but I don't want to chase down 50 things to invest in. And then the other thing that's going to happen is once momentum happens, this is also, take Phil Anschutz, who's a billionaire in Colorado. If you take 100 investments that hypothetically could go to Phil to activate him, he's going to like 95 of them. The 5 he doesn't like are public-private partnerships. Guess what the first 3 that went to him were? Public-private partnerships. Because my friends got to him before I got to him. Right, because I'm at the 50,000 foot level, which is where you should be of like, what do we need to show you, Ian, to activate you? What do we need to show you, Aaron, to activate you? That's a different quest than in getting people on board with that. So let's talk about what you can do right now. But you can do the private guarantees. And so the question is really designing your infrastructure based on your opportunity scan. And there are, at the bottom here, I put up Kiva, Impact Charitable, Realize Impact, Prairie Rose Development Corporation, Mission Driven Finance, Kachiwa, Boston Impact Initiative, Pledge, Social Finance. I should have Legacy Works up here too, but I don't. This is an example of probably a lot of intermediaries you haven't heard of that will service and support you tomorrow. And many of them are easy. Like I'll give you a real life example. Realize Impact does 4 things. And they have a master service agreement with the Seattle Foundation, Community Foundation of Utah, and Berkshire Teutonic Foundation. You can do a philanthropic investment grant. You donate the grant from the foundation or donor advised fund into the public charity Realize Impact. They do the due diligence. They make the investment for $500 fee. They deal with all the compliance, due diligence, all of that. They make the investment. If any of the money returns back, 99% is returned back to the donor advised fund or to the foundation. They also allow you to set up partnership funds off balance sheets. And those are philanthropic investment funds where you can pool and get more donors in one fund. You can do that on balance sheet or off balance sheet. They also allow you to donate your equity ownership of startups that aren't making money, giving you liquidity back. So if I own part of a for-profit and the exit isn't coming anytime soon, I can donate that ownership into that entity to that Realize Impact. If they recover, they'll return half the money back to your charity of your choice. And then they also offer fiscal sponsorships for any for-profit with a positive mission at 2.5% interest. Each one of those intermediaries offers about 2 to 4 of those things like that for you. And those are most of them are pretty low touch on your part, turnkey infrastructure. It's complicated, Erin, and Erin's like, it's complicated. It's still like a little yucky for that. But like, what we're gonna do with Duluth Superior Foundation is the first thing we're gonna do is create Kiva Duluth Superior. It's a microfinance institution, does $15,000 business loans. And we're gonna they are now doing microfinance in the US, and we're gonna open up and say, yes, if any business in Duluth Superior wants a $15,000 business loan, the community foundation is gonna make sure if you go on Kiva, we're gonna get money to you. The next thing we're gonna do is an impact investing giving circle. It's gonna grow donors and start mapping money in those 3 functional areas. Who cares about that? Give people some first steps to do it. Then we're gonna do a philanthropic partnership fund, which is more of like your revolving loan fund that you were planning to at the beginning. Then we're gonna roll out a character-based lending program, either with mission-driven finance or Prairie Rose Development Corporation. And that's where you just give them money, you set the criteria, and they do good ideas, good character, bad or no credit, $50,000 loans up to $100,000. And you just help them get money into that piece of it. And then finally, we're going to do a Fledge Accelerator for startups and nonprofits that want to incubate and start new startups and revenue-based financing. That's the starter infrastructure we're going to propose and implement at Duluth Superior Community Foundation.
So in your experience, what are you finding the responsibilities of us Community Foundation? What are the needs in terms of human capital inside your organization? How many people?
So what I would tactically suggest you do is first do 2 parallel pathways. Focus on your criteria, your opportunity scan, and what that focus is going to be. You start that process going. You're going to get the investments that come out of it, and then we'll map it to the intermediaries. And by the way, there's 120 of them that can service you and be helpful for you. Once you see like, oh, we got 15 and we want to try to tackle these 5, then we'll make a decision. Are we going to do this in-house on our balance sheet? Or are we going to work with the intermediary outside of that piece of it? But don't design the program until you see what you're actually solving from that perspective. And then what we're doing is we're helping 5 to 10 community foundations go through the same journey right now, is we're going to interview our favorite 12 intermediaries and invite all of you to come on the calls and record them. And we want them to all work together. In fact, we want them to all come as one with you. We want them to be arm in arm and be like, oh, you don't actually want us. You want what my colleague does at Prairie Rose Development Corporation. Because right now they're competing against each other. And we don't want them to compete. We want to help them all get the money they need. And so we're going to do the same case studies we did for community foundations. We're going to do those for intermediaries as we're coming up to our next Colorado Impact Days.
So do you include all CFIs that could service and work with community foundation like ours in that scan?
Only the ones that would work with you locally. That would make sense.
Okay.
And most of these that I'm including will also do an intermediate scan of your local folks. A question that hasn't been, I don't have an answer for you, is how many should be local? Like, like once, like, let's say we did magically with the first, the philanthropic opportunity stand goes well, you're like, we have so much money, let's expand it. And you're like, wow, we could actually spend this much money. I don't know how many should be local versus regional versus national. I don't know the math for you on that. But what I
On
do
the
know-
intermediaries.
yeah, like Essex County is like, we should have more in Essex County. And I'm like, should you? Like, I don't know, but what they can do is set up front offices, partnerships. Most of these folks are such great humans. They will partner with you to say, oh, you have an existing group or a bank that wants to do this. We'll teach them how to do a character-based lending program. Or we'll teach the community foundation how to do a character-based lending program. But the point is, you have a lot of friends that you haven't met yet. And once you decide, here's the first 3 to 5 we want to do, we'll help match make you to the friends you need to connect to get those first ones done, then your next one's done, then your next one's done. There's no consumer reports right now to help you figure out who you need when, and they're not really great yet at cross-selling each other and going like, oh, I'm not really the one you should use, you should use that one. Does that make sense? And that's hard and scary because you don't know what the answer is going to be until you get your first opportunity scan and your criteria. But what I can guarantee you this is I can give you 20 intermediaries. If you're like, we want to do this off balance sheet for our first pilot, we can bring 20 to you in the next 10 minutes. That will be like, we'll originate and service that all day long. But I'd rather you go through that process, start engaging the banks. Like, do you want to do a mini scan of your intermediaries locally? Who do we have? Who do we want to partner with? And then once you get the outcomes, solve the intermediary solution if that's the direction you go from what is needed for your first pilots.
A little bit ago, you were talking about how when you tried to look at impact investment funds as an opportunity, that did not go as well as you might have hoped. And when you compare that to the Giving Circle, which is effectively a type of investing fund, is the difference that makes the Giving Circle as compelling the education and engagement component versus the fund you were previously talking about had sort of a pre-existing underlying asset base where you were buying into the fund versus you
1000%.
being into the idea of the project and the process?
Yeah, when I try, and people just get so focused on the outcomes. I run it as an exec ed class. Like, it's essentially a free exec ed class, and the money you're paying is going into the Impact Investing Giving Circle, and every circle designs their governance and their criteria, because I'm more about activating them. Like, it's more about getting them to do another thing and another thing and another thing. And a fund is inherently passive unless you're at this, this table
Management selection committee.
Yeah, unless you're getting to select. And unfortunately, the activation part of a new impact investor is an active process, not a passive process. Not until you get enough flow going. That's a really important question that you just asked. We get asked about evaluation all the time. Same nightmare is evaluation for grants. Use the same thing. The one thing we do is we're like, well, you can at least start putting dots on a map of financial return and impact. So you can say like, oh yeah, this was more impactful than that one, just from a qualitative perspective, and this was where the return was. And I find this because I'm on a board where an investment committee where we've seen so many, and I wish we actually we're trying to get the scatter plot done, because I feel like sometimes we'll say yes to something that is not as impactful to something we said no to in the past. And I think if we had this like interactive map with dots on the thing, this allows us to say like, well, this is actually more impactful than the thing we approved 6 months ago. So are we moving our line of impact, or are we like, it allows for a more thoughtful conversation, because it's really hard to keep things straight once flow is happening. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But I don't have a good answer for you. So if you plot Teresa's ish -50% investment, I'm like, It goes from negative 100% up to 100%, so negative 10x to positive 10x, and I just mapped it there as an example to show, so it shows relative impact from a qualitative perspective, which I think is important. And so for all of you, my recommendation is start with the philanthropic opportunity scan and stay small. Right? Do something that just allows you to have some singles and base hits, really look for debt you can refinance or assets you can make more efficient. If you do something that is more risky, do it as a recoverable grant. So you're really framing that as a cup half full thing. If anything needs complex modeling that you need to explain to somebody, don't do it. That's a great thing for a grant right now. Like, just don't, like, start simple and keep it really easy. At the same time, I'm almost thinking of like a hyper local intermediary scan for all of you. And that, Erin, like the banks, and we can help you see who are we can get you a list of 25 from that are regional, national, that will service you. And what we're gonna do is we're doing a national intermediary scan. We're gonna list all 120, but we're gonna do a deep case study like the Community Foundation cases we did for 12 intermediaries. And then we're gonna put, they're not gonna like it, we're gonna put little globes on. Which ones are the expensive ones? Which ones are the not expensive ones? Which one are the full service? Which one does housing? Which one does this? They're not gonna like that, but we're like, your competitors are not each other. It's the non-impact investment capital. So the way we're gonna get that quickly is we're gonna do 6 calls for 30 minutes. They each get 30 minutes and all of you will be invited. We're gonna have 10 community foundations come on. You can watch the recording afterwards. And this will be them putting their best forward to pitch. So it's almost a little bit like we did for the education piece, but doing this for the intermediary piece. And then we're gonna roll that into case studies. And then they're gonna come to our Colorado Impact Days as a cohort. And we're gonna encourage them to work together and help them do that. And then I would encourage you to take our Essex strategic plan, copy and paste it, and fill in you have the Community Foundation peers right here. You'll have your little baby intermediary scan, your opportunity scan. You'll have your intermediary scan. You'll be like rocking and rolling on a strategic plan by just plugging and pasting into the Essex County one. And then you asked, like, we do a lot of baby marketplaces. We do the big statewide Colorado Impact Days, but even this year when we do ours in November, and we'd encourage you to come as a cohort. We're gonna invite national cohorts and Colorado cohorts. We're not gonna do 60 social ventures and 100 social ventures. We're gonna do 10 to 20 per night, because you can't actually meet more than 10 to 20 per night. And we needed that 60 to 100 to prove a point, but that point has been proven. And now we need that farm to table menu. You want enough social ventures on your opportunity scan and it's called an SEC compliant demo day. It's old bills with a little bit of paperwork. And the primary thing is you have to be an accredited investor, or if you come as a non-accredited investor, your ticket has to be a club member. We're happy to walk you through the turnkey pieces of that, but you do a mini old bills and you make it simple. You have high top tables with clear glass things. They have a 1-pager and people come around and talk about that. That's more about activating the folks. Also really important to level expectations with the nonprofits about, hey, we're just at the understanding what's possible, building a strategic plan. I don't know a nice way to say this. You're bait, you're chum. We're using you as a case study to grow more investors and build a system. And we're going to try to get you capital, but it can take a long time. Even with that 330 million flowing, probably less than 5% of the market got money. Right? So setting up expectations in that way. So those are your recommendations. Yeah.
Sort of timeline questions. You know, you've done this with a number of community foundations. So, you know, working with us, with Aaron and with others to put together the right opportunity scan. I'm even thinking about, I know Julie just walked out, but you know, making sure that Anne is involved to make sure we get the right marketing message, that it's consistent. How long does that process take? Sounds like you own the intermediary scan a little bit more. Like we probably have less immediate input until we get stuff back. At which point then you kick off the intermediary scan because then we've got some input into the intermediary scan. And then we take all that, create the strategic plan. Is there okay, here's the Gantt chart, as it were,
Yeah.
your work plan that goes behind this, and what does that tend to look like?
So we've done it as quickly as a month, and we've done it as slowly as 2 years. So it's really up to you. It's, and it's up to whether you want to do it in person or online. It's up to you if you want to do, how much outreach and socialization you want to do. And the one plus I'll say, and Aaron and I have talked about this offline, is I think your banks you have extra possibilities of really engaging your banks in this way. So I might start engaging the local your hyper local intermediary scan at the same time to say, hey, we're doing this. You know, it's a test, it's a pilot, we're gonna do this. Is this something you want to learn more about with us along the journey, and see if you want to bring them on the journey with you and see how they can play. So that might be a little bit of extra elbow grease for local banks and the few intermediaries that you have in this area. But
Wow, it would be really interesting conversation, having Silicon Valley. Whether they want to have any kind of role or participation or engagement in this kind of process, particularly when we start moving past sort of just nonprofits and getting into small businesses of the future, and having squarely in their, you know,
in large
Or-
family, yeah.
or like if we are looking at, you know, I realize that's sort of further down the road, but marketplace, you know, SEC compliant.
And it's not,
You know,
it sounds more scary than it is, right? Like it's not.
But like Silicon Valley already does pitch days, like, is there a way we could marry this with pitch days? And say, let's not just look at pitch days, let's look at impact investing pitch days, like they just jump out as something that we may wanna.
Or are we doing it?
Yeah, they're already doing some of this in their specific niche.
And their pitch days should be SEC compliant. So if you've been to them, that's what one of them is, right? Like, and basically what happened is SEC came out 2 years ago and said, a lot of nonprofits and universities and community foundations are doing these pitches. They're technically solicitations. So let's give some rules around it. That's all it was. So.
Be curious to know if they are or not, because I don't know, you know, being
I think they've got some rules around not making asks at pitch day.
Yeah.
That's my
It's
understanding.
informational
It's
versus
information.
solicitation.
And there are investors in the room,
That's right.
but there's
But-
no request.
I don't know how that, I don't know if you can have the answer.
It's a simple DocuSign and 2 different Eventbrite tickets. I mean, we'll be able to give you all of that to do that very easily. It's not hard.
So this is a tactical question. So is the follow-up coming out of this meeting to start immediately sort of building what we think the opportunity scan is going to look like, to whom and what we are going to ask them about? Is that the next step?
One thing Steph and I have already worked on too is trying to build out that timeline. You know, so what is the timeline for creating the opportunity scan, for making sure that Anne is reviewing it in terms of outreach, how it's structured, what's the timeline for us receiving them and kind of solidifying them, and then we're concurrently starting that intermediary scan in terms of quick conversations about would you be interested in participating in this, and then building that out. And I think how we have it is through like the end of the summer, fall is all encompassing on both of those.
Okay.
And then we look forward to the end of the year, starting to, you know, pairing the two together, trying to figure out which one of these are like the right ones to start with. We don't want to absolutely lock ourselves in and we have to have this until the end of the year. But at the same time, it's just a nice way to kind of think about the next 6 months in just linearly, like what's gonna work together and what's gonna unfold.
And we're, sorry, no, go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say, as you're thinking about that opportunity scan, is the general thought that you're gonna go out to the 220 nonprofits, or is there a thought of, hey, we've got initiatives in housing and behavioral health, do we start within those, you know, do call it sub scans to begin? Just
Yeah, I think that's for this group,
okay.
you know, to really think about how we want to
frame it? Do we want to align it with the initiatives? Do we want to make it more complete? Like, how do we think for that?
I also think our grants team should weigh in on that because just asking the question could create some sort of expectation. And so I just want to be really thoughtful, especially with the other grant programs going on, old bills.
Grants.
Yeah.
all that.
Not that it's not solvable at all, just that we
Yeah.
need to be intentional.
Managing expectations appropriately.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want them to feel like because they're talking about the impact investing, they're no longer eligible for grant funds. It's all about that education.
There's a lot of that.
Maybe,
anxiety,
and maybe
too.
it's possible to invite a subset to go on a learning journey with maybe a little stipend for them, right? That they're going on a learning journey too at the same time, because they are too also going on that same journey.
Yeah, one thing I was just thinking is, like, we spent a lot of the early portion here talking about like the past, and so I don't feel like. When we talk about intermediaries, sometimes intermediate service providers, sometimes it might be like that capital provider as well. But like, where are we talking about, like, in that, no, we're not even, opportunity scans, but like, do we have an idea of how much money we have that we could go over?
Well, I think one of the interesting things we talked about too, that I don't think it came up today, and it's one that changed my mindset too, is that the capital that we do have, we could be granting it to those intermediaries. Which I don't know if everyone got that through this, but for me, that was like a big amount of like, oh, we're leveraging it and we're actually gonna provide the capital that they need to initiate those loans. So that just made me think of it, but in terms of what we have in our impact investing fund, we have discretionary dollars set aside. It's about $400,000. And then we have potential down the road for up to 500 more as of right now,
Yep.
without making any asks
Sure.
with anything. So I think that's a good way to think about where we're starting. And then there's the funding, how we fund this perpetuity is just such a whole bigger conversation of, there's some community foundations that carve out endowment funds. There's some community foundations that activate donor advised funds. There's some that do their discretionary funds. There's some that fundraise for it. And not saying it has to be one of those or all of those, but that's definitely a larger conversation.
And I think that gets to sort of strategic planning.
Yeah. What's our staff?
Long-term programs, the cost. The cost of the project.
I'm covering it. I think there's multiple ways to talk about it, which is why maybe it's like a bit of a complex like topic, like
Yeah.
if we're gonna do certain elements. We talked a lot about the fact like, what's the negative % return elements? Where do we consider ours? We did math in those cases with like, with 2 tranches, there would be 3 tranches, right?
Right.
Some will be covering operating costs, we can come in and subsidize, and someone else will be a third cost, right? That's more, market rate, whatever, appropriately to that person, that respective rate. So I guess part of, where I'm coming out of this is saying, okay, there's 400 now, 500 later. Are we doing that ourselves? Are we using that as one of the tranches in someone else's deal to one of the intermediaries? Right, or is part of the activation here like us going out and trying to figure out like, hey, can we we go get a couple $1 million of funding that's like somewhere between, negative to low cost, that we could raise the sort of commitments to then think about like using that. So that's where I sort of find myself still a little bit like, in terms of the way to approach it. Not that there's a right way or instead of getting started, start with something. But I guess I feel pretty comfortable about the opportunity scan, the media scan, and how we market this. But I don't. The capital side feels amorphous to me.
So James, high level, like once you get, let's say your first 15 investments, I'm guessing that's going to be 3 intermediaries. I'm guessing you're going to maybe do a couple things on balance sheet, and there's going to be 3 intermediaries that make a good match for that. Some of them might have their own money on their own balance sheet to match yours. And
Yeah.
So
Can we talk about the word intermediary for a second?
sure.
We define intermediary as originating service and loans. We didn't generally define it as something like a balance sheet. We didn't generally define it as like, it feels like intermediary is just like confusing, like too broad a term. And maybe I'm not thinking about that right. But like when we talk about intermediaries, some just provide a service versus some provide capital versus some provide act almost more like co-partners. That to me feels maybe I just like sometimes don't understand which version of an intermediary we're talking about.
There's lots of them. They're all three of those versions are under that umbrella. You got it.
Right.
And so part of it is you don't, until you say,
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. And it's in terms of,
until you
not
get,
breaking it apart, it's like, oh, we're just gonna work as an intermediary, it's like, well.
well, and that's the thing, like right now, if you said, hey, we're looking for, we're gonna do a revolving loan fund without doing your opportunity scan. And we're looking for an intermediary partner. It would be who got to you first, which would probably be the right, maybe wrong intermediary for you. But until you see what you're actually investing in, it makes sense to get the right sized and type intermediary. And if they have capital, that's gonna help make your situation even a better situation.
So basically, the output of the opportunity scan will lead us to a set of potentially diverse intermediaries, and then we can sort of decide what I would be allowed to.
It's just sort of, it's like too big a catch-all for it is to be like, this is a financial partnership, this is a service provider, this is a. you know, sort
They're
of-
all service providers and some have money and some need money. They're all service
Yeah.
providers. But this goes back to my analogy of a custom bike scan. Right now, if you pick your intermediary, it's like buying a bike without getting a bike fit. And your opportunity scan is getting your bike fit to see which partners do you want to go and service this type of deal flow. Because the odds are, let's just take recoverable grant to hire a director of development. That's an obvious one. If you all choose to go down that, you would want the right partner to do that. And that's a different intermediate. There's like 2 or 3 intermediaries that would do that very well for you.
I also think that when we get to the point of looking at our opportunities, one of the things we may wish to prioritize is whether or not our investment unlocks additional capital, whether from the partner intermediary or from other donors versus ones that have less opportunity to do that. Like for me, that would be value add. Like if I'm saying, how do we prioritize our dollars? If we can leverage them and unlock other capital through some source,
That's part of it.
then yes, like that one would go higher up on my list of, yeah, so and that could be knowing additional individuals through donor advised funds or
Yeah.
whatever, or it might be that the intermediary has capital they can match what they're bringing to bear as well. Or they're like,
Not the other.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
then-
yeah, or they're absorbing the costs, right? Like they're absorbing the transactional cost, which is effectively a contribution.
And that's why I think about like free Tron and which is like how, can we get someone to help cover the cost, knowing that we put in some more capital plus additional leverage. Like, they feel good about this because it's not 1-to-1 matching, it's 10-to-1 matching.
Yeah.
Right, like,
Yeah.
that's what I like, for me, one of the things I think would be helpful as much as the opportunity scan is like, pick anything on the board and like, write out like an actual
Yeah.
example.
Case study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, and maybe just like do 2 or 3 of them, and like, another page for me, given all the things that fall into intermediaries, would just be like, what are the different types of intermediaries? Right, like, how should we be thinking about those, just given like that word, so many things to.
So we just published a report, James, and we did that for 9 community foundations.
Okay.
And we did which intermediaries they're working on, what the deals were, and you can read those reports and see what the others have done. And so that we just released that nationally last week.
This is what you sent around? Yeah, so I think I've seen that, but I guess, yeah, I'm.
And it shows the different, like, we
It
use this
seems very-
intermediary, we use that intermediary.
Yeah.
We have to ground it in our reality, sort of,
Yeah.
put it in a bucket,
Right.
help me
Yeah,
fit things.
And they were different sizes. And they kind of, yeah.
Yep.
But I think that.
Yeah.
Diligence standpoint, is just for that approach where you develop some case studies with local leaders. Great.
But I think it will make. I'm thinking myself, I'm a donor, right, but I'm also an investor. What is going to be easiest starting off too, from a functional standpoint, from our development team to go and raise money to do this? That's gonna be a hard, full education, but if you came to me and said, hey, I know you give X amount to the community foundation or you give X amount through old bills, would you be interested in doing Y amount for recoverable grants? Just as a umbrella, I'd probably say, yeah, that sounds great. So we could actually recycle and repurpose that money. Yeah, Okay, that sounds pretty interesting too.
Well, you're a fund holder of ours too, so that could just be an option for
Right,
you. as
right.
Part of your donor advised fund, so
Yeah.
you're making.
But you
your-
gotta educate
Right.
people a little
Yeah.
bit on it, but
For sure.
I think it's an easy ask.
Yeah.
I guess so too.
Yeah.
Well, going back to your impact and return continuum, we have the graph. I know one thing I would just sort of throw out there is, at least I know at my foundation, part of the impact that we consider when we're looking at financial return is impact is also the potential learning benefit to us as an organization. So it's not just the community impact, but is this a particular opportunity that will help us skill build essentially and learn as an organization to be more effective ourselves in the work we do. So I think initially, just about anything we do in this space is going to be a learning opportunity. As we go down the road, I think it's interesting to also include the sort of impact to the foundation. And its skill set and professional development and learning is a piece of that as well.
There's a couple other national opportunities. We're pushing to get more Gilson family foundations, private foundations, health foundations, to give grants to community foundations to go through this work. Because, and there's another piece of missing is the technology infrastructure for all of you. So we don't think that's a Silicon Valley tech opportunity, but we think it's a boutique tech solution. Like if somebody wanted a lifestyle business and create this technology, Aaron and I talked, it's actually been created under another entity called Pinkaloo. So we're going to try to get 10 community foundations together to go raise $10 million for staff, infrastructure, technology, loan loss reserves, and see if we can get 10 of them to jumpstart and create this technology that's needed. Because part of what's going to make Erin's life so much better is if she has one technology for grants, direct investments and public investments internally and externally that she's using. And there's not one community foundation that's incentivized to create that tech. And there's only 850 community foundations and 1,200 United Ways. So there's just the scale of which that tech could grow is pretty small, but we think we could actually stand up that tech for a reasonable amount of money. So Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, there's a whole group of, there's a consortium of funders doing 22 million for women's funds and foundations. We're trying to basically say, give more grant donation dollars to community foundations to actually build up their capacity building to do this work. So we're gonna, Duluth Superior Community Foundation is gonna be the point and organize that from that perspective. And we have a list now of increasingly getting private foundations and health foundations to give grants to community foundations to develop this work. And then getting matching dollars. We have the largest impact invested database in the world. So we're up to 76,000 people in our database. And so when we throw our database at your things too, we'll also hopefully get co-investors with you in that way.
That's your first single.
Oh, really?
It's our accounting software.
Well, that's kind of cool.
I know, I was like, well, roll out, yeah.
Can you believe that?
Our favorite accounting software.
Yeah. Finally happy to be with iPhone.
I might have bought it to kill it. We might have to get it going next.
I think it's really good to know they have that information because they don't have an open API. It's in their Project Pocono project that's still going on from 5 years ago. So I just love knowing that they purchased it. Super cool.
But the good news is you can move $1 billion in 5 years here pretty easily. In your first year will feel, well, your next year, because you're in this already, will feel a little piloty. But once you get the flow going, you can totally do this.
And I gotta say, like, I don't know what the Russian math part of it yet in terms of the opportunity, but I think the private guarantees will be pretty easy to sell right there.
100%.
And just start there and jam, build a fund.
That kind of smart other capital, that's a big difference.
And just start there. Yeah. So.
That's a big thought.
Lots of things to thought.
Is this what you thought you'd get when you came in this morning?
Yeah,
Ian's like, Ian's been hanging out with us for a little while online.
I keep watching all your webinars. Feel like I cheated on the test.
You knew the negative math before you.
I did.
This has been really helpful. It's a lot of material.
Mhm.
It is a lot of material.
We know,
Um,
our nonprofit webinar is only 45 minutes.
No, this has been great.
It's not just a lot of material, it's just a different way of thinking about it. And if you set it up right, it will flow.
It feels to me like I'm learning a new language.
You are learning a
And
new
once
language.
I learn it, off the races,
Right.
you know, but you're still in that.
It's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, you don't really want to get it wrong.
Yeah. This is important.
But the nice,
Out looking for the classic.
but the nice part is you have each other to practice with, right? And
Right.
because what happens for a lot of people is they go home and talk to their person at home and they're like, oh my God, I learned this thing today and it's negative. And they it's stuck.
Thing, it makes sense as you lead us through it,
Uh-huh.
but then when you try to recreate it, there will be more
For
sort
sure.
of squishiness to it. And I didn't watch as many of them as you, and I definitely, that's my homework.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, same.
And
They're super
things will, and things will make sense in a different way, having been through this.
The other thing is make it personal. I mean, this goes back to activating donors. Try not to like think of your thing or your thing or your thing. Think of your own thing.
Yeah.
Right? You have trusted relationships. Like literally I sourced 15 investments from here to the airport into my hotel. You know, I saw Max. I'm like, hey Max, how's it going? It's been 6 years. Thanks for letting me use the computer. Start talking. And we sourced 6 investments with him right there. You know, and so once you start seeing it, and like once it starts flowing, you won't be able to unsee it. And then you're like, oh my gosh. And if you think about, if you could map just the nonprofit debt and inefficient assets in the valley, it's a lot. And I think of Colorado having $50 billion at 9%, refinance that at 4%. That's a lot of savings.
The Coombs Foundation one is, that's a loan.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the one that we like flush out a little bit more, like what would it look like to turn that into a 0% loan?
Yeah.
That seems like the simplest of all the things out
We
there.
have the numbers.
Well,
to all
yeah.
do.
Working capital looks really simple.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I mean, we had that problem at FBT and went to Bank of Jackson Hole. And they solved that for us.
The working
They
capital
just
piece.
set up a line of credit because you show them, hey, this is what happens to our cash, because same thing, I mean, we end up putting out most of our cash to set up ambassadors and pay for ambassadors over the summer. Old bills is our, fundraising, so our cash goes down like this. So I actually think like banks would be very open to, but we probably need to help the nonprofits put their cash flow, their seasonal cash flow needs in a way, and to be presentable to the banks where the banks can go, yeah, okay. I feel great.
And they have to have enough track record
There's
for
a
banks to
couple
be able to
Yeah,
see
yeah, I
it.
could
All under
win
like
60%.
Or the easy button is you just get some guarantees. Or the easy button, you just show up with the guarantees with the cash flow and it solves
Yeah.
that. Banks are happy with that.
Yeah.
I like, anytime it gets hard, call me. I'm like, there's an easy button for that.
That's why I think it's really important to have a couple, because it can be sort of like commitment creative. And sometimes it's like creative. In many ways.
Yeah.
Don't give up.
Well, let's,
A couple of concrete examples of like approach A, B, and C, and like we
Let's
can
do
do the
this.
rest of the alphabet. But like, if we can show people on a page, like, here's how it works. To your point about like, how do I go have this conversation with somebody? You can walk in with the example and be like, here's what this one thing looks like.
Yeah.
And give you one piece of paper as like a takeaway that you can go share with someone and be like, oh, if I do that and they do this.
It's the two
So when-
partners are easier, exponentially harder once you get to 3 partners.
So we're gonna do a couple of real time right now.
So if you said, hey, just pick them, knowing nothing of what you told me about today, let's just do it. Friends of Richard Teton, full-time development officer. I bet you have 20 of these that would be non-controversial that you could pick tomorrow and do. And what I would do is say, hey, we might bring it back in-house, but let's start it off balance sheet, because let's just free up Aaron's time to do more of like running the process versus actually managing the money. The super easiest button to do that is Realize Impact Philanthropic Partnership Fund. It's really low cost. Hardly, I think it might be hardly any money to set up the fund. You philanthropically donate the money to the public charity, you're running the fund, you make the investments. It's like low, no cost, DIY, super easy. That's what I do for phase one.
And they would help us set up the things, so this is a people grant basically.
Yeah. No, they would do the investments on your behalf. Yeah, it's super easy.
So-
I'm just trying to get into like the specifics.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
What that would
It's a
actually-
much application. You
Yep.
go online, I'm board chair and on the investment committee, so I would approve it.
Great.
And then we grant you the funds and you administer it all?
Yeah, you grant it, we administer it. Yeah, the philanthropic, I mean, there's philanthropic investment grants and there's partnership funds, and you can actually manage your funds, but where you'd be legally under our entity. So
And where does the-
compliance issue would be on us,
Sorry, so
and
let's,
you would pick where the funds would go.
let's put some dollars into this for a second, right? Like, just to like flesh out one example, so. Pick a size, $100,000.
Sure.
We need to use that for our full-time development officer.
Well, actually, you need 250.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going back to your 250 example down at the bottom, if you're gonna hire a director.
That's great, so let's, all right, so let's
Yep.
do 250, so we literally then take 250. We set up a fund with the Realize Impact.
Yeah.
Partner, and then the person, the application is, we'll call it FBT in this one, just to an example. They come fill that one-page application.
This would actually be a recoverable grant and it would be called a thing. To Realize Impact, it would actually be a fund, we could do a recoverable grant and call it a philanthropic investment.
And so
Philanthropic,
that's under your legal entity, you contributed the capital.
yeah,
From us, so it's
FBT,
a grant. From us, it's a.
it's a grant.
And,
us, yeah. From us,
and when you,
No, from us to Realize Impact.
Oh, you realize it.
and when you
we
say
charge-
we've contributed the capital, we're not contributing all 250, right?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
In this hypothetical, you are.
Okay.
This is on balance sheet.
Okay,
It's $500 for the transaction.
And so FBT
So-
applies.
So you make the recommendation for we're gonna give it to.
Yep.
So one pager online, philanthropic
So
investment grant.
you do that. in terms of-
Yeah, it takes 2 to 4 weeks for us to prove it.
And
Then we do the recoverable grant contract from Realize Impact to the entity you advise us. to.
With FBT, that's what I'm.
Yep.
And then that just comes, and that comes back.
When it comes back, we return 99% of it back to the charity of your choice. If it goes back to your donor advice fund, wherever you're going back.
So it's
to.
Or in this
basically
case,
the
you could-
1% admin fee that's
That's the
net from.
deferred. One
It's a
percent
deferred 1% admin fee based on the recovery.
Yep. Like if you wanna do the fastest.
In this
speed
case, it's
time,
on our balance sheet, so it comes back to our balance sheet.
Yep, comes up back to your balance sheet. Yep.
and so in this example, that's a 0% loan. Because you said 99, sure,
Or you can do a 0% loan, either
but
way.
when you say 99% comes back, it's assumed that FBT is gonna pay back 100.
Yeah, sure.
1%.
Yeah.
If you're doing 0%, yes, it'd be a negative
Okay.
1% loan. It depends what you,
And -1.
yeah, and -1.
Yeah, and if they didn't pay it all back, we wouldn't get 99% back, we don't get back.
And
And
then-
then they repaid less 1%.
And that gets you quick and dirty going. But what I'm gonna say is phase 2, what we'd be doing is taking that transaction to every single bank locally
Mhm.
and saying, look what we just did with Realize Impact. What would it take to do this at your branches? What would you need to do the same transaction for the same fees? How many guarantees would you need to bring? How many loan loss reserves? And what we wanna do is build this capacity locally, long term. But is this the easy button to get you that thing tomorrow? Yes, you can do that, you can have that done in a month.
What if we wanted, like, I know we just went through all the math, we don't want a 0%. We want. Like, how, can we start doing this in math too, like we're saying, oh, they actually need it, it was gonna be negative, I forget how much, because they're only gonna repay back 200,000 of it as opposed to 250,000.
To make it
Start doing
20%.
the math side of it, how does that look?
So what I would do for your first one is call it a recoverable grant. Pick a super solid organization that's gonna like get this out of the park. Hire the right person and pay it back. So then you don't even have to worry about staff, and they are gonna pay it back. And they hired the right person. to pay it back. And why do I say doing that? Because then if you have a 1% default or a 2% default, then you get to tell everybody around town that we started our impact investing program with a 2% default. Versus like a 98%. I'm like 1000% sure they're gonna pay it back. You're gonna have less friction with the board of the nonprofit. And the whole thing's just gonna flow more energetically, feel better if you just frame it as a recoverable grant. If you said we wanna do it as a 0% loan, then you would need to do -7% money. So we just have to add a little bit more money. Or, I mean, we wouldn't have to add any money, you would just have to you just have to be comfortable that they might not give it back, because essentially Realize Impact has hardly any fees and it's on the deferred amount, so you just would get back a little less money than you get out of that. And I will, I'm on board with Legacy Works also as treasurer, and I try to like have all of them be my friends, all 120 of them be my friends. And the thing I'll critique against Realize Impact is we built it off of volunteer labor. So I feel like we're undercutting the other intermediaries by not charging as much fees, and we built it up.
Sustainable.
And so when our founder's like, oh, yeah, we're like so good, I'm like, stop bragging to the other intermediaries. We didn't pay working wages to stand that infrastructure up. But it was reverse engineered and designed for community foundations that don't have staff or expertise and don't want to add additional fees. So we designed it for this moment, but I'll critique our own organization in that way.
I do think it'd be,
So the big part of this, going back to comments you made earlier, is the education and curation of the organization to get them to agree to do this. Which is, could be, we don't know how long it's gonna take.
Well, it takes, I'll tell you, having done it millions of times, not millions, a lot of times, you can get that once you're like, these are our 10 organizations, 10 to 20 we want to do the scan with. A 1 hour webinar and 5 questions will get you 5% there. And you could already hear it listening, if you heard people listening tomorrow. Some people are like, oh, what would you mean? How would we have it? And others are like, oh my God, if you got me that tomorrow, I'd do it.
Yeah.
If you got me and my nonprofit at $250,000, I'd be like, where do I sign?
Okay.
So, and you want to go where non-controversial and where that person's like, oh my gosh, like this, like no brainer, and then because you want it to be an easy situation for them.
Start with the person who's pulling it. So,
Yeah, you do not.
And the recipient has to have enough financial sophistication and like reporting and accounting controls in place to actually understand what they're committing to.
Right.
So I think the development of the strategic vetting process and selection process.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a piece.
I think the strategic plan is more like, where does the foundation want to go with impact investing, not the tactical logistics of how
That may be, yeah.
To both and, I mean, I think this is
Yeah.
a little
Yeah.
S strategic plan, like what is impact investing,
Yeah.
what's our plan for impact investing, like, which is, I think, where you're going.
I mean, I'm just thinking of the competitive nature of the nonprofits and the personalities in this town and the political aspect of it and making sure, I mean, that's the potential for favoritism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have.
We do.
I think when we're picking and we're thinking about how Anne's positioning, that's a huge piece, because I can think of some obvious aspects of everyone around the table can, who, if they don't get one, will be livid and will assume we didn't know what we were doing because we didn't pick the most obvious one, what would be that. We've already seen that a little bit. You see
Yeah.
grants all the time.
Yeah.
Like, how did you not have funded my grant in fall?
So I guess my other question, sort of feeding off Julie, that is, that's the value to a certain extent of the scan too, because we'll have this, and then that's where I think we're gonna really appreciate, your your outside input and a better conversation with some of the intermediaries. Because there's sort of a risk profile here too,
Yeah.
where it may be that the easiest thing to do is just say, hey, we're doing our best to put together a low interest loan fund to refinance some debt out
Yeah.
there. So who has refinanceable debt? That's pretty straightforward, and frankly, I think the banks would be happy to serve.
And it narrows the.
Yeah,
cost pretty much.
And that's what I was gonna,
Right.
yeah, I was gonna go to that too, and you were trying to go to like an example where we could put some of the numbers on the board, and I think combining that idea of the debt fund and the credit, or like the phase two bank, maybe walking through one of those.
Yeah.
Well, I think the word community expectations, saying decision is not just in investing, but we will be considering risk and liquidity and time horizon as well. And there may be some within that pocket which have very different sort of parameters across that spectrum that would tip our hand one way or the other.
Yeah, because I mean, if you tell me that like, yeah, we're gonna cycle of capital for the development director in like 9 months or like 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feel different at level of that, but, you know.
So Julie, what do you think from taking this to the next step to the board? I thought is we want to have maybe more than one example of this to show like, or if we focus just on refinanceable loans, to have, we need to have pretty concrete example to show the board exactly what we're doing, so.
Yeah, I think so, but I can honestly say, I'm meeting today with much more scope of opportunity than I want to hear. I want to hear thinking one thing, I'm meeting.
Yeah.
Which is very positive.
Right.
So I think to then synthesize that into a package.
Yeah.
That you can present to the board's like, we are on board.
Right.
Well, one of the things I thought about doing, like, we're recording this so that we can share it with the board. And I was talking yesterday with Cory and Peggy, actually, had the idea of, can we create 16 minutes, 15-minute, me and Steph going through, what do we talk about? And be like, if you want to hear more, go to minute 45. And feel free to like listen to that section and just try to share out the information in a smaller format. They're like, oh, 4 hours and 30 minutes. I just think it might be easier to if we do that, we make it available so that if someone does want to listen more, that they can, or they can choose what sounds interesting. Like, hey, we did case studies, we walked through what it would look like one at 4 hours and 15, you know, and it might be helpful to share it out in that manner. And then part of the strategic planning, our big strategic planning process, the refresh we're going through is that in August or October, I believe we're coming back with the impact investing kind of a bigger scope update of like, what are we doing, where are we, what are next steps, so incorporating all this.
And remember, when you're talking to any board member or any friend of the foundation, you need to ask them, what are your 3 favorite nonprofits? Tell me about them. And you need to source an investment in those 3. Don't tell them about,
That's a great.
don't tell them about what we're doing or you're doing. Make it about them. And help them think through that and go to that same question we gave you. Like, then, because that's about activating them, right? And go, oh, that's really interesting. And you already know, if they have debt, great. If they have, great, but if they have debt, there's one. Asset, there's one. If they sell a thing, there's a thing. But we all know, like, oh, would any of those be interested into hiring a director of development? Right? And have them make it about them. That's how you're gonna get them on board faster, is like, again, go backwards to go forwards. It's like a little cha-cha. It's gonna be easier than having them go read at the minute and the minute and the minute, is make it about their personal passion.
Well, it also resonates a little bit more effectively than, reading about Ohio or, Utah, or even though those are helpful, Marin,
Yep. Hey, which are your 3 favorite nonprofits?
Yeah, yeah.
And as you all are doing those with your friends and colleagues, and you'll end up doing it many opportunities can, and you're not gonna make I mean, the good news is, it sounds like people are excited, right? Like, the scary part is when people are like, oh, you're trying to get rid of philanthropy, or you know, like, we don't want loans, we're not nonprofit, you know, like, once the community gets the flow of like, this is a pilot, we're just trying to see if there's a need. We're not trying to cannibalize any grant funding. Like, those are the keywords, but we can help give you talking points with that. But tell me your 3 favorite nonprofits and you'll start seeing triangulation to happen.
That's also, think back a little bit to like how we move people, how we do the investor education portion of this, and they said that fundraising. Because I think where this whole thing started was, you know, hey, you need less than 1% to solve the problem. That's still activating capital, right? And we got opportunity, we've got partnerships, and we need to have these set up to sort of say, hey, do we know where the need is and how we're going to go accomplish it. But also just, you know, feel like we got maybe it's a future module or some of the working groups that we talked about.
Yeah.
Just like spend, I feel like that's just sort of like for me, a little bit of a missing piece of like, okay, I understand the math now. We talked about how we're going to get the structure to be able to get going, but like, what is that step to really like go drive?
So if you all want to, we just did this in Essex County. We're going to do it in Duluth. We're going to do it down in Fort Collins. If you want to go to the Fort Collins one in August, we're going to do one for housing. The one in Essex was arts, culture, and creative economies and housing. 2 one-day investor trainings, very similar to what you just got, except we had social ventures pitch. So we combined the SEC compliant demo day in the pitch. And then we had a 1 half day or an evening that is, anybody can come and it's a pitch day. So we do investor trainings in that way. And on the second day, we had several multi-million-dollar guarantees flying in the room. So you have to do a half day, there's no getting around it. Like, you do the investor training, you make it about themselves, and then you do a little baby marketplace.
And I think the community foundation, like, to the extent the community foundation is trying to advocate some of that capital. Having a few data points of, we've now done this isn't just like this hypothetical pie in the sky, but like, we're on the ground, we're doing this, come join us. It's a little easier like pitch than help us get going. I think it will be an easier development.
We've leveraged our discretionary.
Right.
Right now, which I think is a good, you're investing so much, like, how much do you have in?
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything? It's like, the general part of capital. It's, you know.
Each round, but thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Pleasure
Thanks,
to see you in
Julie.
action.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank
Yes.
you. Want me to turn on the way out?
I'm good.
But you need a couple, to your point, your first goal is like, let's get you 3 to 5 successes in the next 6 to 8 months. And then magic happens.
It's interesting too, because I would argue the debt I keep coming back to the debt refinance thing though, because that just seems like, hey, they've already got a mortgage, right? So the credit's probably already good.
Yeah.
We're just giving
And their
them.
board's already over, like, do we take that?
Yeah, right. So they already
Built in their
understand,
budget.
they already understand the concept of the capital coming back to somebody else. And if we could, you know, again, if I take that other example, like if we're saving them $350,000 a year, that in and of itself is sort of a huge grant. That's not, that we haven't given, captured by them on the other side. Whereas even I was thinking on the full-time development officer side, in the short term, that just we may just be able to communicate tools out there. So I'll take an example. I might be able to go to the board of FBT and say, hey, if we could get 1 grant of 50 grand and the rest of us are willing to guarantee, we could probably get another third party to come in and do 200, right? We can solve that sort of almost within the bounds of it. No. But my point is, rather than us having to get that off the ground, like we can utilize some of the tools and again, I think the community foundation can then be the educator to some of the boards around simple things like guarantees. Whereas, and at the same time, in a more active way, like pick something that's reasonably low risk, where you know you can get the returns and all the parties involved are already conditioned to want to do it.
Yeah.
Out of the box. But my big fear of this session today, coming in, having listened to the different things, was that's gonna be my problem. I'm gonna walk out with more ideas, not more focus.
Opportunity scan.
Coming out.
Pick your set.
One of the
Ask
benefits
your
of what
question,
you're
Jim.
talking about in that weekend is back to this idea of the favored children. And so that's an established universe, and we're not picking them.
Yeah.
They've already established it, and we're just.
Yeah.
But if you think about the development director, my concern about that is you're taking the strong and enabling them to become stronger. Because those would be the ones who would have the ability to truly utilize it. So you're creating even a wider gap in a way between the have and have nots.
Sure.
So I'm not sure about leading with.
Same.
Well, and I think it's easier to raise money, honestly, yeah. I'm not in the development game, but if you want to do, I've been a salesperson more or less, and if you said, hey, we have the opportunity to go raise a bunch of funds to refinance for the nonprofits, which basically creates this big sort of unanticipated grant for all of them, that's a pretty easy sell. Like I bet our development group could go out and raise $5 million very quickly to go do that. I think on the loan officer thing, the development officer thing, if it really takes 200 or 250 per, you're having to raise a lot of capital to address, probably, to your point, 20 out of the box. That's probably a harder lift, even from a raise the capital perspective. So that was.
And I would actually I'd actually say, I actually think it's the thing that helps the small ones become mediums. So it's actually not the big ones, it's the ones pre-million. Like, it's hard to get over the $1 million hump. And that's where people get stuck of like, we're doing it right now. I'm gonna offer a development director today, but I wish I had the $250,000 because it feels scary to take that risk to be that person. So I think it's actually the place of like, oh, you have those that are like, they're a little doggy paddling and taking on a little water, and this helps them actually get up a little bit and de-risk that for them. But the good news is you have plenty. What?
Is there credit risk coming to there?
Yeah.
For sure.
So we gotta evaluate
For sure.
whoever we do it with, we gotta take that into consideration.
And you pull guarantees for that too, right? The risk shouldn't be like, you just get some really great guarantors out there that we can pool to take on the credit risk of the nonprofits.
Is
there
there
an
intermediary that makes that easier, like the factor?
Yeah, you tell me what you're looking for and we can be like, yep.
I was gonna have the idea of like, you're talking to the local
Yeah.
to see, like, if they were going to do lines of credit or mid-tier.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mid-tier, no,
Definitely.
really such. You know, how much do they need if they, have.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, because I think like if we're talking sales on debt, I think you could almost even do sort of like a twofold pitch where, we're looking at refinancing existing loans and providing lines of credit for our local nonprofits who have seasonal cash flow crunch. For whatever reason, they're either doing like seasonal programming or Old Bills creates it. And we're looking for people to provide capital, to provide that, loan pool.